Chapter 1. Reminder: if you're enjoying the narration, a subscription to Audio would mean a lot to us. Prologue. Swordmaster. Ever since I was a child, there was a story my father used to tell. Arhan, our caravan family, though we live now in this tiny backwater estate, wasn't always like this. Whenever he told that story, my father always looked joyful. Even at his middle age, his eyes shone bright like a young man's. His voice sounded excited like a boy's. 200 years ago, the caravan family was a great house that defended this kingdom. The king favored them most. They were righteous wardens everyone revered. When he said that, my father always showed me the large portrait hanging in the mansion. The portrait was of an old man, so aged his hair had turned white. Yet his gaze flashed sharp like a lion's, full of dignity. Beside that portrait there hung an impressive sword. In those days, the caravans produced swordmasters for generations. So everyone feared the caravans, and at the same time respected them. Caravan were invincible guardians who could protect the kingdom from any foe, and righteous watchers who punished the wicked. Of course, that was all just tales of the past. It's been over 100 years since the caravan family last produced a swordmaster. My father looked at the sword hanging next to the portrait with a distant expression. The caravan family's treasure. The sword is said to have been used by Liam Caravan, the founder of the caravan house, its greatest head, and known as the most powerful swordmaster in history. From what my father had told me, that sword must have been made at least 500 years ago, yet it was still excessively sharp. Its gleam of cutting intent looked as if it could slice anything at that very moment. When I looked at that sword, I did not feel awe at how sharp it remained after centuries. I felt suspicion. How could it remain rust-free and still be so keen after such a long time? Common sense said iron items shouldn't be able to do that. After doubting, I came to a conclusion. All the stories my father told were fabricated lies. It was common for fallen noble families like ours. They invented tales to boost pride in their house and to keep aristocratic dignity from fading, fabricating a glorious past that never happened to show that, though fallen, they were still noble and exalted. It was like how figures from ancient history were absurdly exaggerated or deified. Yet, for some reason, my father sincerely believed in the caravan family's fanciful past. You, who will inherit the house, must remember this glorious era. Always be proud to be a member of the caravan family, and remember that steel blood runs through you. Then someday you will reclaim that glory. Yes, someday? Those were words brimming with pride. I could not bring myself to tell my father the truth. A blade a few hundred years old could not logically remain rust-free and razor-sharp. The old man in the portrait did not resemble my father at all. Our family treasure was fake, and that portrait was clearly an anonymous painter's fanciful imagining of a great swordsman. No matter how much I searched history books, I could not find the caravan name, nor any record of a swordmaster called Liam. My objections stayed inside my mouth. Instead of saying those things, I forced a smile and answered, "Yes, I will." The reason was simple. My father, utterly taken in by lies made by our ancestors, looked so happy. His smile was more boy-like than mine. His eyes sparkled dazzlingly. I did not want to steal that joy from him. Sometimes telling the tales of the caravan family's glorious days was my father's only pleasure. It was obvious all those stories were made up, but what did it matter? If my father was happy, whether the caravan history was true or an outright lie did not matter at all. My father called this place a tiny backwater, but I liked this village. I would not trade the small, ordinary days and the happiness I felt here for anything. I liked my father, who told the caravan tales as pure old stories, my gentle mother, the clumsy but kind cook, and the slow but unfailing steward. Sometimes the routine bored me, but I was still happy. I wanted to live lazily and simply, meet a decent woman in this estate, form a family, someday inherit the headship and grow old happily. I wished that life would continue forever, but life never went as one wished. When I was 15, everything changed. A swordmaster visited our estate. This estate must be erased. The swordmaster who had come to our village, an estate without attractions or local specialties, spoke oddly. He said the estate had to be erased. The villagers were bewildered by that incomprehensible phrase, but the swordmaster refused to answer any questions. He only repeated the same words. After answering like that about 3 times, he spoke again. "I only do as I am commanded." After that, the swordmaster ceased to be human and became a disaster incarnate. He was an embodied death that ordinary people could not resist. Like the storms or floods I had seen in my childhood sweeping away fields, the swordmaster swept the villagers away. I watched clearly from the hilltop what the swordmaster did. It was no different from harvest time in autumn. Like swinging a sickle to reap grain, every time the swordmaster swung his sword, it cut down villagers who had lived with their own circumstances. Heads fell and rolled, and red blood dyed the village. No one could stop it. "Arhin, you must run." The swordmaster advanced from the village entrance to our mansion. He walked as if taking a stroll. Wherever those steps had passed, there were no living humans left. My mother grabbed my hand and dragged me back. But no matter how hard we ran, there was no way to escape the swordmaster's pursuit. The swordmaster, walking with composed steps and not running, eventually found us who had fled. He said, "I will come again in a month. Until then, take everyone from here and leave. If you want to live." That day, more than half the village died. Fortunately, my family survived. But our life could never be the same again. Never. After that day, my father went mad. My mother, my father, and the surviving villagers offered various theories about how that horror had happened. Some said it was the aftereffect of the war between the kingdom and the empire. Some said the newly ascended king had been doing insane things, and others said the swordmasters were using force to consolidate their ity. None of those explanations could account for why my daily life had been ruined. Could such pathetic reasons justify such a monstrous act? My father's fury was far stronger than mine. A man who had been fairly robust wasted away until his bones showed. Our once happy mansion was filled with a horribly oppressive silence because of my father, who had become a broken shell. After discovering a book in his study, my father read only that book on repeat. He would finish it, close it, then open it again to the first page and read it again. He skipped meals, he did not go outside. His whole day was spent reading that book. How many times had that repeated? My father had gone mad. He lost his mind as if his head had emptied, and began uttering bizarre, mismatched words. "I will take action myself and correct this world full of sin and wrongdoings. I am a great knight who passed down the blood of Caravan. I will judge you." My father stopped reading books. I could see the book's title on the table, The Knight of La Mancha. My father, who read a chivalric novel by some anonymous, began to identify himself with the novel's hero. He could no longer tell fiction from reality. A madman. "I am a great knight who hunted the evil dragon, an iron-blooded guardian who defends the kingdom. I cannot tolerate injustice. I will judge the sinful swordmaster who comes soon. I am the righteous watcher who inherits Caravan blood." My father wore an old helm like a trainee knight's and declared it a golden helm bestowed by the king. He called his rusted armor the mithril armor given by the patron deity, and the old dull wooden training sword he held proclaimed a blade that had cut dragon scales. "I will not retreat. I will personally judge my unjust enemies." His eyes burned as if to swallow the sun. For a brief moment my father looked like the invincible knight from those tales. Even as the villagers forcefully tried to stop him, he refused to leave the estate. Then one late night my mother said to me, "Arhin, you must run away. Leave this place and preserve your life. Go anywhere." "Mother, come with me." That cannot be. I had never seen my mother with such sorrowful eyes. "I must stay by your father's side. Cannot leave him to die alone. But I cannot watch you die too. So go." She squeezed my hand hard as if to crush it and spoke. "Promise me one thing before you leave. Whatever happens, do not dream of revenge. Promise me you will never do that. Swear you will not take up a sword until you die, and that you will never return here." Her voice was chilling. "You must keep that. Everything your father spoke was lies. The talk of steel blood or the blood of great heroes, all invented. You are an ordinary person. Your father was ordinary and you are ordinary. I answered to my mother's sobbing voice. Yes, I swear. My mother was relieved by my answer. That late night I left the village in a carriage. I left a day before the swordmaster had declared he would return. I rode a carriage to the nearby town and spent the money I had saved on a crossbow and bolts. I bought enough other weapons to kill a human. I bought things like pepper for cooking and poisons favored by hunters. I never intended to abandon my family from the start. I planned to get what we could not find in our village and return to stand together. Even if someone called himself a swordmaster, he was still only a man. I did not want to run away alone. After acquiring enough supplies, I hitched a ride on a carriage heading back to the estate and ran as fast as I could through the nearby forest. The sun was rising and announcing the end of dawn. When I arrived at the estate, what remained were only red blood and horribly dead villagers. On the highest point of the estate, the top of our mansion, the flag bearing the caravan family's wolf emblem flew. My father's head was stuck on that flag. My father lay dead with his eyes wide open, and my mother lay in the yard as if peacefully asleep. My father's helmet, armor, and sword were shattered like pieces of paper. I saw the swordmaster standing blankly among the corpses. The instant I saw him, I fired the crossbow. The swordmaster did not attempt to dodge or parry. The bolt I shot could not even scar his body and simply bounced off. His gaze turned toward me. The moment our eyes met, my body froze like ice. He spoke with a doll-like, emotionless face. You are not yet 18. Fortunately. I will spare you. Forget today and live your life. In a place like this village. He calmly wiped the blood from his sword and muttered. I did not know whose blood stained his blade. Curse your house. I did not expect the caravan to still exist on the continent. Hide your surname, and do not sire children. He looked at me coldly and said, If you inherit caravan blood, I will come for you again, wherever you are. It was a warning. Pathetically, I could not even take plausible revenge on the swordmaster who had destroyed everything I had. I became frozen at the mere moment our eyes met, and I could not move until he walked away at leisure. So pathetic. So utterly pathetic. I had lost everything. After the funeral, I did nothing and wasted my time. Truly, I did nothing. Then I heard more about the swordmaster who had taken everything from me. His name was Carlos, and he had become a great hero by great deeds in the war with the Empire. Unlike the fanciful caravan swordmaster my father had babbled about, this one was for real. A genius born once in 100 years, the most powerful swordmaster in history, a guardian who would protect the kingdom, a righteous watcher. The man my father had described with boyish eyes existed in reality. Ironically, that great swordmaster had taken from me everything I held dear. I crawled into the cold, empty mansion bedroom in the village where everyone had died. Whenever I thought of him, something boiled in my chest. Why was the man who ruined everything I had hailed as a hero? If gods worshipped by the kingdom's religions existed, why did he not receive divine punishment? Instead of punishment, why did those who praised him only increase with time? I could not understand it. Carlos became greater as time passed. No one in the world did not know Swordmaster Carlos. He was the swordmaster among swordmasters, and by his great deeds became the continent's foremost blade. Master, you must forget. It is the only way to live. Only then. The steward who had fled and returned told me to think it was a natural disaster. But I could not. How could I? I had seen with my own eyes what had happened. The memories still haunted me. Hatred and desire for revenge deepened over time. I thought many times about killing him. I could not bear it. But it was practically impossible. There was one reason. A swordmaster can only be killed by another swordmaster. I had never even properly held a sword since I was born. I had no talent. I had bought a fencing manual with the little money I had and tried to train myself, but I lacked the sense to wield a blade or even to move my body well. It was ironic. If I truly were the descendant of such a great house, why was I so insignificant? Why did I tremble before the swordmaster who had taken everything? Why? After hard days, I reached a decision. Was it right to live out a worthless life and grow old as he had said? That might have been the wisest choice. But it was not a choice I could make. The very fact of living in the same world as that man was unbearable. How could that demon still be praised and live on? Why was this world running so wrong? No matter how I thought about it, I could not accept it. There were too many things I could not accept. So my conclusion was clear. I would break the promise and oath I had last made to my mother. I decided to become a swordmaster. From the moment I decided, a strange voice echoed in my head. Every time I looked at the large portrait hanging in the ruined mansion's parlor, the voice rang in my ears. More precisely, it came from the long, sharp sword hanging beside that portrait. The caravan family treasure that had not lost its edge after hundreds of years. Eat me. Reminder. Thank you for listening. If you wish to support us, a subscription to El Naudio on YouTube would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 2. Needle 1. A swordmaster can only be killed by another swordmaster. That was a very old adage, and even children knew it as common sense. Was it because I had stayed too long in the mansion steeped in the stench of corpses? Or perhaps because I had spent far too long without speaking to another person? A blade was speaking to me. Maybe I ought to go to a nearby temple and have a priest look me over. It was not such a rare symptom. I had read in books that soldiers who had fought in many wars, or people who had gone through horrors, experienced the same thing. The shock I had suffered was greater, not less, than theirs. I stared with dead eyes at the caravan family treasure. The voice rang out again. A heavy, commanding voice, like a lion's roar. Eat me, heir of caravan, then you will gain what you desire. Could it be that my father too had heard such hallucinations before he succumbed to madness? I shut my mouth and stared blankly at the sword. Then, on top of the voice, I began to see visions. Behind the sword shimmered the outline of a transparent figure, an old man with the same heroic face as in the portrait. His face was wrinkled, yet his gaze gleamed sharp as a blade. As I watched the vivid illusion, I unknowingly opened my mouth. Do you even know what it is I desire to speak so? A moment of silence passed. Then came the reply. To become a swordmaster. To grow strong enough to kill a swordmaster. I guarantee it. Without my help you can never kill that swordmaster. The one who came here a year ago was far beyond what your generation could produce. The phantom by the sword said, that man was the sort of swordmaster who could only have been born in an age of war. No matter how much a green whelp like you trains, you can never have your revenge. So I will help you. How? Eat me. Then you will know everything. Again, incomprehensible words. The idea that I was conversing with a hallucination only I could see was laughable. Yet I could not ignore it. Something in me told me I must not. The phantom of the sword gave off an oppressive weight that was unnaturally powerful. So once again I asked a foolish question. Why would you help me? This time the reply came immediately. Because you are my descendant who inherited the steel blood. That swordmaster is not only your enemy. He dared to cruelly harm the Great One's descendant. So I intend to use you to judge him. In the name of Caravan. The phantom's eyes shone, like the gleam of a sword. You heard his words, so you know. The old stories your innocent father told you were true. Not empty pride invented like other nobles did, but real. Caravan was greater than anyone. Once. For some reason, in that moment I was drawn into his gaze. So I gave a strange answer. How should I eat you? Perhaps I too had already gone mad. Like my father. The phantom of the sword said bizarre things. Everything he said was hard to believe. The caravan family's blood is mixed with human and dwarf blood. That trait came from me, a half-dwarf. That is why people said the caravan family had steel blood. Dwarf blood, he said. That was absurd. No one in our family had ever shown any dwarven traits. Short stature, bones thick as stone, luxuriant beards sprouting after age 7, or skin tough against fire. Neither I nor my father bore such traits. Even the portraits of past heads of house showed none of them. Though no such features showed, I had one special ability. By consuming blades, swords, to be precise, I could take in the memories and power within them. All my descendants inherited that ability. That is the decisive reason why the Caravan family produced swordmasters for generations. The method is not hard. Heat the blade until it is glowing, then break it apart with your teeth and swallow it like a baguette. It will seep into your stomach and mix with your steel blood. The words that followed were even more ridiculous. Chew up and swallow a sword? Doing that would shatter my palate and gums. If shards lodged in my throat, I would die horribly. Even if I did swallow it whole, I would not survive. And there was no record in any book that dwarves had such abilities. It was true they were friends to steel and fire, but never had it been written that they carried such mysteries in their bodies. As I thought this, the phantom said, "You do not believe me. Indeed, to your generation that has forgotten all, these words must sound absurd." It was as if he had pierced through my thoughts. If you cannot believe it, then do not do it. I will not force you. But you know, don't you, that whatever you do alone, you can never reach your goal. The phantom's eyes bore into me. This past year you bought a fencing manual and practiced alone in the yard. And you felt despair. Your body was frail as a woman's. Your muscles did not grow, your bones were pitifully thin, your frame small. You lacked even the wit to grasp the principles of swordsmanship. You are a mediocrity who cannot reach even sword runner, let alone swordmaster. The calluses on your hands are nothing but wasted effort. You wasted a whole year, and in that time the swordmaster you hate grew even greater. He was born with that talent. The phantom's voice stabbed me as keenly as a blade. I could not ignore his words, for they were all true. If you will not believe, then spend your life as you have. Waste your efforts, curse yourself, and watch from afar as that man walks the heroic path. That was decisive. Hearing those words, I reached out and snatched the sharp sword from the wall. Even on second glance, it was too sharp to be a blade over 500 years old. Just a graze could cut flesh away. Gripping the hilt carefully, I went out into the yard. The phantom asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To put you in fire." "In fire?" I answered his question. "You said it had to be heated before eating, didn't you? Better to die trying than to live like this." I resolved to stake my life on this madness. Kook. To say it plainly, chewing and swallowing a heated blade was utterly horrific. So what was the result? Well, the very fact that I am giving this account is proof I survived. Chew, ugh, kook. It felt as though my palate was torn apart and burned. My throat ripped, and my stomach drenched in molten steel. Yet astonishingly, it was pain alone. I suffered no wounds. My palate was intact, and no matter how much I coughed, not a drop of blood came from my throat. As I marveled at the strange phenomenon, the phantom of the sword spoke. No, the fact that his words proved true meant he was no mere phantom. Since I had actually eaten the sword, I now knew his name and must call him by it. Now you can believe. My words were true. I am no hallucination born of your weakness. Liam Caravan, founder of the Caravan family. Yes, founder. Founder? Ha, that's a laugh. Enough. No need to call me that. Then what? Liam said indifferently, "Call me master. When I taught my descendants, they all called me that. The title was set. Yes, master." I exhaled long. For some reason the breath felt hot. Even after wiping my lips and drinking cool water, I felt no relief. My stomach still burned. I rubbed my belly and asked Liam, "Master, I feel no change yet." "No change?" Liam frowned. I nodded honestly. "Yes, I can see your body more clearly and hear your voice better, but aside from that, strange." "Wait." Liam reached his hand toward my chest. His transparent hand swept around my heart a few times. Then he clicked his tongue. "Over generations, my blood has thinned. The ability was inherited but weakened. Weakened? How? Normally, by feeding you my sword, my beloved blade from life, I could have raised you straight to the realm of Swordmaster. But you are different. Liam said, "Your bloodline's power is far below mine. You swallowed, but failed to digest it. To digest the essence in my sword, you must first raise yourself far higher. Damn it, not only is your body useless, even your blood is wretched. Cursed descendant, he goaded me annoyingly, but I had no defense. For indeed I was useless. Then it can't be helped. Thankfully, our family's founder, my master, did not abandon me. With a sigh, he told me another way. You should eat blades suited to your level. Blades suited to me? Yes. Liam floated in the air, arms crossed, looking down at me. Is there a weapon shop nearby? Not new weapons. I need swords that have been used for a long time. I left the village for the first time in a while. Carriages no longer traveled here, so I had to walk the rough path. Pushing through the forest trail, I reached the nearest town. In its center, merchants hawked their wares. Fresh fruit, come and try. I passed by the fruit seller and entered a narrow alley. At its mouth I felt heat, the heat of a forge, the smell of iron being struck. But that was not our goal. The older the weapon, the better. Take me where old swords are. I will choose. I walked to where Liam required, past the forge, deeper still. Soon, with a stench, the slums came into view. Filthy children lived in trash heaps. Hopeless eyes filled with despair. Where they lived, trash piled up. I heard rats squeak. The inhabitants were beggars, rats, cats, and bugs. Please, just a coin. Give me a piece of bread. I'll do anything. Anything you want. I shook off the beggars clutching my legs and went deeper. There was a mountain of trash. Discarded clothes, broken glass, ruined goods, and protruding among them dried hands. The trash included corpses no one sought. A place necromancers would love. I climbed the mountain slowly as Liam spoke. The feel of flesh beneath my soles sickened me. The stench of corpses was stronger here than in my mansion. When I climbed far enough, my shoe struck metal with a clang. There should be many discarded blades here. The slum children gather what they find and pile them up. Some weapons get washed in by rain. Most are useless, but nowhere nearby is better to find old swords. Good. Liam drifted toward the place I indicated. I too once fed on swords in places thick with the smell of blood. Battlefields. The blades of dead soldiers still clutched. The dirt-covered abandoned swords. I devoured them all. This place is quieter, but it reminds me of that. His transparent hand swept the tangle of metal. Then, found it. Already? Yes. Take it out. Which one? The one I point to. I frowned and looked where he gestured. Again I checked Liam's eyes. They were certain. As if to say, you saw right, that is the one. That's not a sword, is it? I reached into the heap and pulled out what he meant. In sunlight, the dull weapon gleamed faintly. Liam said, once you eat it, you will know my choice was right. Treasure it. It will make you, pitiful as you are, a little more of a swordsman. Still I was puzzled. For in my hand was something too slender to be called a sword. It was not so much a blade as, what to call it, a needle. Designation. Liam's beloved sword, the sword often wielded by Liam Caravan, founder of the Caravan family. Though centuries old, it has not rusted and still retains its edge. The Caravan family treasure. Ingestion affect your connection with the soul of Liam Caravan has deepened. Currently digesting. Reminder. Your support means a lot. Please consider subscribing to Elnaudio on YouTube if you like these chapters. Chapter 3. Needle 2. The path of a swordsman was divided into 5 realms. Sword beginner, sword walker, sword runner, sword expert, sword master. Most swordsmen remained between sword beginner and sword walker. One only began to be treated as a true powerhouse after stepping into the realm of the sword runner. Those who reached that stage could receive respect wherever they went, reigning over the battlefield like specters. In any nation, a sword runner could easily become a knight and live in splendor. And a sword expert? They were being so powerful that ordinary people might never even see one in their lifetimes. On the battlefield, their appearance alone could overturn the tide of war. They were often called gods of war. That realm was attainable only by those born with exceptional talent and who endured bone-grinding effort. Then what of swordmasters? They were always placed outside of such discussions. They were not gods of the battlefield, but beings above who should be classified as divine. Across the entire continent, there were only 6 swordmasters still alive. Even through history, they appeared only rarely, and when they did, they never bound themselves to any one place but lived entirely as they pleased. No one could restrain them, for only a swordmaster could kill another swordmaster. Those absolute beings never fought each other, nor did they interfere much in worldly matters, save for a few eccentrics. When I was shut away in some backwater countryside, I never knew that damn thing called a swordmaster was such a mighty existence. In any case, there was no point in speaking of swordmasters now. With the sword I had just obtained, the weapon called needle, the realm I sought was far humbler than that. Focus and digest it well. Through this weapon I would become a sword beginner. As the word implied, I was finally taking my first step. The sword I had picked up from the trash heap, needle, was strangely shaped. It was far too slender to be called a sword. At a glance, it looked thinner than my finger. I even wondered, could such a thing possibly harm a person? The needle was so thin it was unbelievably light. It felt less like holding a lump of iron and more like holding a hollow stick. Even the wooden sword I had swung behind the mansion felt heavier than this. If I tried to cut something with this, it would probably snap immediately. Indeed, that is, if you tried to cut. If I tried to cut? When I looked at him in question, Liam explained, that sword is not like others, meant to cleave boldly and smash foes. It was made to pierce vital points with precision, to end life in a single strike. Piercing. It was a deadly form of attack a sword could deliver. But if piercing was the goal, wouldn't a spear be far more efficient? Why pierce with a sword at all? As I thought that, Liam spoke as though reading my mind. As I told you before, you'll understand once you eat it. For reference, that sword holds memories perfectly suited for you. For that small, frail body of yours, like that of a girl, it will be of use. As I placed needle into the fire to heat it, I asked, what do you mean? That sword once belonged to a woman. A woman's sword? I frowned at his words. Female swordsmen were rare on the continent. Their physical conditions and many other factors put them at a disadvantage compared to men. In all of history, only a single female swordmaster had ever existed. Women usually found greater success in other fields, magic, for example. You're more rigid in your thinking than an old man like me. I only thought according to common sense. Then let me say this first. When you face the sword, throw away common sense. The moment you take up a blade, believe you can become anything, do anything. Only then can you reach the peak. Liam's heavy voice struck my ears. By then, the needle was heated enough. As I pulled the glowing blade from the fire, I hesitated, recalling the agony I had felt before. Seeing my pause, Liam said, the woman who wielded that sword, needle, claimed more than 200 lives before she died. Alone, that offhand remark erased my hesitation. I opened my mouth wide and shoved the thin blade inside, biting down with a sharp crack. The searing hot metal burned my tongue, scorched my palate, ripped my throat, and plunged into my stomach. This was a pain I would never grow used to. Heck, coughing wretchedly. This time it wasn't only my gut that burned. My head too grew hot. As if my brain itself was heating, foreign memories began to surge through me. Not my own, but someone else's. The memories of Needle's former owner. The last thing I remember was a burning mansion. Amidst the raging flames, my mother and father turned to black ash. I had no idea how I survived that hellfire. When I came to, I was lying on a bed in a shabby orphanage funded by the Sergen Order. Mary, are you awake? My once pretty face and soft skin had been stolen by fire. What remained was a grotesque body unfit to be called a woman's. My skin was marred with burns and twisted as though cursed by demons. I never wanted to see a mirror. I hated my appearance. This is the chapel. Every morning we start our day by worshipping the goddess Sergen. It is thanks to her blessing of light that we live beneath the sun. Over there is the dining hall, and if you go down this way, the orphanage teacher Derbien was kind. Looking back, I regret treating her harshly, but at the time I was too thorny a human. I lived with my lips sealed. In the orphanage, that wasn't much of a problem. Disgusting. She's a monster. The other children avoided me, never speaking. Except for Derbien, even the other teachers never approached. I understood them. I even despised the sight of myself. Life at the orphanage was hell. What I hated most was the worship of the goddess Sergen. She was the goddess of flame and peace, but to me, who had lost everything to fire, being told to worship the goddess of flame was torture. I want to die. That was my constant refrain. I thought endlessly of ending my life, but I never did because of fear. The sensation of fire consuming me still haunted me with unbearable pain. If death was worse, how could I endure it? And so my hell continued, until that day. Late one night when I could not sleep, children were forbidden outside at such an hour. I stepped into the garden out of suffocation, and there I saw something glittering. The light of the moon reflected off a sword. Ah! The one holding and swinging it was Hegel, the orphanage's caretaker. He was past 60, yet the arcs his sword drew seemed to me unbearably beautiful. For a brief moment, as I watched that sword, I forgot the hell filling my mind. Had I stared too long? Panting, Hegel turned to me. Child, it's late. You shouldn't be outside now. Normally, I would have turned away without a word. But this time I didn't want to. For the first time in a long while, I opened my mouth to someone at the orphanage. I want to learn that. So you can speak, Mary. Please teach me. I spoke with sincerity. But Hegel firmly refused. I can't teach swordsmanship to an orphan child. It won't help you survive. Especially not for a girl. What good is learning to wield a blade like this? I stared straight at him. If I learn, I think I won't fear fire or the world anymore. After standing silently for a long while, Hegel drew a breath and went somewhere. He returned carrying a heavy tub filled with metal scraps. Despite his age, he was strong enough to carry it alone. Lift this. If you can swing it, I'll teach you. Must I swing it? What then? I replied to him, then reached into the tub and pulled out the thinnest, longest blade I could find. Light enough for even me to lift. Holding it, I twisted my wrist ever so slightly. The needle-thin tip aimed straight at Hegel's throat. Whether swinging or thrusting, if I can aim, isn't that enough? The memories within Needle, the memories of the female swordsman Mary, didn't flood me all at once. They seeped in slowly. Liam said it was the process of digestion. It is not right to simply wait for digestion. You must also train your body. Do you mean strength training? I tried following nightly routines, but they had little effect. I had done much strength training, but it never yielded results. Oh, that is not for you. You will not be swinging axes like a barbarian, and above all, your body is not suited for bulking muscle or brute force. Then what? Stamina and flexibility first. Stamina and flexibility? Could that help me wield a sword? I wondered, but did not speak. Liam was the expert, not me. Trust me. The effect will soon be clear. Yes. If you can swing a sword all day without breaking your breath, that alone will let you kill 5 untrained men with ease. He spoke with certainty. And if you grow flexible enough to strike at any vital point, to freely assume whatever stance you imagine, then at least around here, no one will take you lightly. That is the foundation. Since he was so sure, I chose not to doubt. The first training was running. In the abandoned village, where no living soul remained, I ran every morning until I collapsed. To full speed. If you train while digesting the sword, your growth will be swift. Believe me. Do not doubt. Just do as I say. 1 day, 2, 3, 4, 10. For 20 days I ran through the village and honed my flexibility. On the 20th morning I could run for 3 hours at full speed. Without stopping. Designation. Needle the Slender. Long sword wielded by the female swordsman Mary. A sword specialized for thrusting. Ingestion affect you acquire Mary's swordsmanship. Your body is reforged to match her style. A body with steel blood grows stronger the more it is tempered. Reminder: your presence is appreciated. Don't forget to subscribe to El Naudio for more stories and updates. Chapter 4, Needle 3. The old caretaker of the orphanage, Hegel, which was run under the patronage of the Sergeant Order, had once been a wandering knight from the Free City. At dawn, Hegel taught me many things. Well, nothing particularly special. His journeys were so common that one could hear the same kind of tales from a tavern storyteller for the price of a mug of beer. Hegel was not even a skilled speaker, so perhaps his stories were even duller than that. The way he taught me to handle a sword was crude. It was not a systematically established swordsmanship, nor was it the training method taught at an academy. Perhaps even the guards of a city could have taught a better style than Hegel's. Yet, there was romance, freedom, and light in the journeys across the continent that he spoke of. Perhaps that was why, beneath the moonlight, the sword of the old caretaker appeared beautiful to me. His sword was not great, but it carried the life of an old wandering knight. So I loved Hegel's sword, and I liked him. You too will leave this orphanage someday. One day, drunk, Hegel said that to me. When that day comes, go out into the wide world. Do not be afraid any longer. His words stayed deeply with me. Not long after, at the age of 72, Hegel passed away. The cause of death was simple. He was old, sick, and died naturally of old age, in the musty caretaker's bedroom beneath the orphanage. And a year later, I left the orphanage. With me was the long, slender blade I had always held with him at dawn, my needle. For a woman without parents to be knighted was nearly impossible, so I became a mercenary. If Hegel had seen me, he would have joked about it, that I had not become a knight, but at least I had become a wanderer just like him. Once I began a mercenary life, my name spread fairly quickly. I didn't know if it was because of my unusual sword, or because I was a young woman. They called me the sewing gypsy. I awoke to the sunlight filtering through the curtains. The left side of my face in the mirror was that of the female swordswoman Mary, marred with burned scars, while the right side was that of the still youthful boy, Arhan Caravan. The memories contained within the sword were becoming more vivid the more I trained. What kind of effect were these memories having on me? There was one thing certain. I was no longer the same as before I had consumed the sword. Gypsy. It was a term for the wandering people of the Free City. They were usually used to describe desert folk, so why had Mary, who was far from a desert dweller, been given such a nickname? I did not know. Mercenary nicknames were always arbitrary anyway. Who? I steadied my breath and stood up. The body beneath the face in the mirror was smooth, like unshaped iron, not rugged. It was closer to a dancer's than a warrior's, firm, but not bulky. After quickly washing up, I stepped outside the mansion. I had to run again today. As always, I have a question. What is it? If the stories father used to tell were all true, and if our caravan family was once so great, then why is there not a trace of it now? It was a question that arose during training. Even the butler who knows the entire history of the continent, even the merchants of the Free City with all their random knowledge, said they never heard of caravan. No matter how much time has passed, can it really be erased like smoke? Liam answered my question briefly. The closer you draw to your goal, the more truth you will come to know. There's no point in me telling you now. It was a vague answer, saying I would know when the time came. Such an answer was worthy of the witches of the Sky Empire. I pouted, and Liam said, "You truly are a curious one." Well, you always were. Did you not always look upon me with irreverent eyes? Back when I hung on the wall of the mansion? When did I ever look at you with irreverent eyes? Whenever your father told you the stories of caravan, you always stared at me, with eyes that said you did not believe it. It was true. As I kept silent, Liam added, "You are a peculiar one. Perhaps that is the talent born into your unremarkable body. What kind of talent is that supposed to be?" As I sweated profusely, Liam chuckled faintly and whispered, "The attitude of not blindly believing only what you see and hear, of stripping away the shell to reach the essence, the truth that lies within. That too can be a form of talent. Who I gasped for breath. As I ran until my breath turned sour, Liam's voice rang faintly in my ears. Suspicion. Do not lose that attitude. Those who do not know suspicion can never surpass their limits. Do not lose suspicion. At those words, I couldn't help but laugh. Didn't he once tell me not to doubt, but to believe? Well, wasn't it normal for old people to keep changing their words? You just had another irreverent thought, didn't you? No, I didn't. Liam's awareness was always too sharp. I shamelessly kept my mouth shut and focused on running, until he said, "Do you not question this training anymore? For the first 10 days you endlessly asked what meaning there was to it. Even if I asked now, wouldn't you just give another vague answer? Now you know me well. I let out a laugh and climbed the hill. My breath was choking, and I almost tripped on a rock. But now, even if my stance faltered, I no longer fell. I regained my balance, straightened my back, and ran again. Seeing that, Liam said, "Well, soon enough you will feel the results of this training." As he said this, Liam looked into the distance. I turned my eyes to follow him, but saw nothing. Only a large Zelkova tree and tall bushes. Was he simply looking at the scenery, like a man of his age might? My curiosity rose. "What are you looking at?" Liam smiled faintly and said, "Looks like the insects are beginning to gather. Your complaints about this training will soon come to an end." What did he mean by that? By tomorrow at the latest, it will be proven. This land was abandoned. Since the Swordmaster Carlos had committed his great massacre here, not a single visitor had come in a year. The only one who lived here was me. Has the kingdom taken some measures? Or perhaps the stench of blood still lingered so thick that people felt ominous about it. They probably thought it was the dwelling of an evil black magician, or a place swept by plague. Well, whatever outsiders thought, it mattered not to me. It was good for concentration, and I drew no attention. It was the perfect environment to devote myself solely to training. But this land could not remain mine alone forever. This harsh kingdom was full of people living with complicated circumstances. Were there not those who clung to life in the garbage pits of the slums? Whether it was a place where an evil black magician dwelled, or one struck by an unknown plague, if it was an empty land without strict nobles, there would inevitably be those who coveted it. And those driven by such greed were usually people pushed to the very bottom. On my way back to the mansion after finishing my now routine run, I noticed traces different from usual. Seeing me stop, Liam asked, "Why did you stop?" "There are people here. And what makes you think that?" Liam's voice was calm as always. Scanning the thickets to the left, I explained what I saw. The left flower bed is damaged. I can faintly make out different footprints. 3? No, for people seem to have passed through. There's also a foul stench. Rotten food. "Oh, did you learn tracking from a village ranger?" "No, it's just natural sensitivity." Yes. This was the sensitivity I had possessed since childhood. The habit of never overlooking trivial changes or newly formed traces. It was the habit Liam had mentioned before. Suspicion. I paid attention to everything I saw, heard, and smelled. And the moment anything new appeared, or any change occurred, I began to suspect. My parents had warned me that living like this would be exhausting, but the sharpness I was born with had never dulled. It was not intentional. It was closer to instinct. Had you become a ranger exploring the forest or a mercenary, you would have prospered greatly. But even with the sword, that is a rare and precious talent. Liam spoke in a relaxed voice. "So what do you want to do?" "What do you want me to do, master?" "Do whatever you wish. I want to hear your answer." After hearing his words, I caught my breath. I had just finished training. Did I still have enough strength left? Enough. Checking my condition, I touched the long, slender blade at my waist. Since I had consumed the needle I picked up in the slum garbage pit, I had prepared a substitute blade resembling a needle. It was sharp enough to pierce anything at once. After closing my eyes in thought, I spoke. "I must confirm whether they are new neighbors or intruders." And if they are intruders, I'll assess their level and act accordingly. If I can handle them, I'll drive them out. If I cannot, I'll leave this place. That's the wise choice. I am pitifully weak now, so there was no reason to face them recklessly. Wasn't this an abandoned land after all? No remaining residents, no precious family. But perhaps my heart was different from my rational mind. From what I see, if they are intruders, you'll fight them regardless of their strength. Liam was right. My heart burned hot. I was sick of intruders in this land of my memories. The trauma left by Swordmaster Carlos writhed inside me. My hand gripping the long blade trembled with anger. I have a question. What is it? What you said before. Is it true? I turned my head and looked into Liam's eyes. Now, I could swing my sword all day without my breathing faltering. Liam seemed to realize what I meant. If you can swing your sword all day without faltering, then that alone means you can easily kill at least 5 untrained men. Yes, that was what Liam had said. Had it been an exaggeration just to motivate me? Or had he told me in advance a truth that was about to come? I needed to confirm it. Liam slowly opened his mouth. Child, I never lie when it comes to the sword. I guarantee it. Liam grinned coldly. If those intruders are untrained men, then it will prove just how valuable my training has been. The mansion was filled with pitch darkness. Not a single candle lit. The windows were all blocked with closed curtains. Perhaps it had been long since the place had been aired out. Inside, along with dampness, the sharp scent of blood lingered. But to them it was all the better. Such unpleasant smells were familiar, and it meant the place had no master. Has a plague spread here? Maybe this is a black magician's dwelling. If that were so, we'd have all been corpses the moment we stepped in. Do you not know how terrifyingly magicians turn their abodes into labyrinths? This place is either abandoned or out of a magician's reach. Laughter echoed in the quiet mansion. The men immediately sank into the comfortable sofas. One big man wiped his dirty axe blade on the leather seats, soaking them in blood. Fortune smiles on us. Not only have we found a land with no one in it, but we've gotten a mansion as well. Who knows? Maybe some fallen noble made this as a villa. Ha! A shabby place like this. A villa? If someone comes, we'll just slit their throat. If they bring wife and daughter, we'll keep them. You think we'll be that lucky? The brutes prowled recklessly around the mansion. Whenever they found jewelry in wardrobes or drawers, they laughed heartily. What made them laugh most was when they discovered frilly women's underwear. This really must have been some noble's villa. Ah, perfect. They spread the undergarments wide and laughed vulgarly. Find a portrait. I can't wait to see. In a bedroom with white sheets, the 4 barbaric men shouted in glee. And then, stop. A voice cut in different from theirs. A somewhat youthful boy's voice. My mother liked cleanliness. She hated it if even a stain appeared on the sheets. So get up from there. What? Did you come here hungry, in need of food? Or do you simply need a place to stay? If it is one of those two, then say it. There are many empty houses in this town, and abandoned storerooms still hold food. If that is the case, I am willing to accept you as neighbors. So answer. The clear, disciplined tone of a noble. The men on the bed twitched their eyebrows. One grabbed his axe from the floor and stood up. The hell you talking about, brat? The owner of the voice beyond the darkness was a small boy. No need to look closely. His voice alone was far too young. Was he the son of the owner of this villa? The man walked toward him with visible irritation. What kind of brat, whose head could be split with one swing of an axe, spoke with such confidence? Damn brat, if you heard us, you should have stayed hidden. Why come out and... As he drew closer, the boy came clearly into view. Yes, he was small. A beautiful boy with a face like that of a girl. His delicate face and body looked like they could break with a single kick. The man swept his eyes up and down the boy, gripping the axe tighter. And then he saw it. Something long and slender clutched in the boy's frail arm. A blade. Even in the darkness, it gleamed with sharpness. But it was too slender to be called a proper weapon. Yes, like a needle. An intruder then. Not a neighbor. The boy murmured. And in that instant his face twisted and changed. For just a moment, he became someone else entirely. A female swordswoman, her face horribly scarred by burns, her eyes blazing with fire. Startled, the man raised his axe. But the boy was faster. Irk. From the boy's fingertips, the glinting light turned from a point into a line. Like a needle stitching thread, the tip of the blade pierced the man. Fast. Very fast. Reminder, for more audiobooks and stories, don't forget to subscribe to Audio on YouTube. Chapter 5, Needle 4. Until now, none of my training has involved swordsmanship. I haven't even gone through the process of becoming familiar with holding a sword. If they really are intruders, could I face them? Even if they're just untrained men. It was a natural doubt. Since meeting Liam, my training routine has not included swordsmanship. I had only carried out basic conditioning. To my question, laced with suspicion, Liam answered, "It's fine." In his eyes was unwavering conviction. "You will come to understand why the Caravan family was once feared by all. That gave me reassurance. The steel blood flows in your body, child. It wasn't intentional. My body moved before I thought." The unfamiliar intruder raised an axe, and at that instant a chill like lying shot down my spine. Immediately after the chill, my body moved on its own. Like a fisherman hooking a fish, the tip of my needle pierced the enemy. In an instant. Fast. Can my body really move this fast? For the briefest moment, I mistook myself as having become one with this blade. My arm seemed to extend by a span, moving elastically. It was thanks to the flexibility I had diligently trained. The slender blade tip so easily pierced the enemy's body. Irk! The spot pierced by the needle was near the chest, where the lungs were located. It should have been where the ribs were, yet the needle slid deep inside. How had I aimed precisely between the ribs? I, who had never learned even a decent style of swordsmanship, how had I displayed such mastery? Memory. The answer was simple. From the moment I gripped the needle, the force driving my body was the memory of the female swordswoman Mary. Piece by piece, the memories of the sword seeped into me, becoming my weapon. That bastard! One of the men lying on the bed roared as he sprang up. My heart did not race. My breathing remained steady, as steady as when I kept tempo while jogging. What should I do now? I had never fought properly, with fists or with a sword. Even if I had wounded one by chance, there were still 3 left. As a mercenary, hired for a commission, I always fought in unfavorable situations. The answer came from memory, not my own, but that of the seasoned female swordswoman. Because I was not a knight belonging to some order, but a solitary mercenary, I always fought alone. My enemies were many, and numbers themselves were violence. I was disadvantaged in every way. I was a frail woman, alone, and even if captured, there was no family or group that would ransom me. I pulled the blade free. Blood sprayed. A drop splattered across the bridge of my nose. Perhaps drained of strength, the man I had struck first collapsed onto his knees with a thud. His axe had already fallen, and his arms dangled limp. I twisted my wrist and stabbed again with the needle, this time not at the chest, but at the neck. It was an instinctive action, the mindset of a mercenary who knew failing to finish properly meant danger. 2 small holes were punctured in the neck in an instant, and an appalling amount of blood gushed out. The fresh blood was hot. The scent of death spread again in the mansion already thick with blood. Dragging my feet slightly, I stepped back to create space. The man whose blood poured so heavily twitched a few times with his face pressed to the floor, then went still. Everyone there knew what that meant. Death. It was my first kill. But I felt no guilt, no grief, no self-loathing. Not even excitement or trembling. I only gazed at the remaining 3 with emotionless eyes. That is why I had to become strong. For some reason, the eyes of the 3 brutes trembled. Did they feel fear? Facing their human eyes, I recalled Liam's words. The steel blood flows in your body, child. Perhaps those words were not metaphor, but truth. At this moment, I felt like I had become a sword itself, not a human. Why, you little shit? The big man gnashed his teeth, glaring at me, wielding his massive axe. An uncomfortable standoff formed. In the silence, I thought. My habit, suspicion, rose. Why doesn't he charge? In terms of physique, the man was far superior. Tall height, bulging muscles, broad shoulders. Even the weapon in his hand was so. If my needle clashed head-on with his axe, it would snap instantly. Rationally, the man should have charged immediately. And why are the other two frozen? One on my side, 3 on theirs. If they rushed at once, my slender blade could never withstand it. Even if my body had become faster, I could not pierce 3 throats in a single second. I had not even reached sword beginner level yet. I was only a fledgling. Then why did they not seize their advantage? They are frightened. Liam gave the answer. A moderate fear helps survival, but excessive fear clouds objective judgment. It makes the enemy appear larger, and makes them mistake you as stronger than you are. That was it. Suspicion gave way to observation. Their eyes trembled. Their hands gripping axe and club trembled. One bit down hard on his lower lip, and his face was faintly pale. In the silence, I could even hear their hearts pounding fast. The enemy was terrified. Why? Because a mysterious boy had suddenly appeared and killed one of them instantly. Because I showed no emotion, even after killing. In their eyes, I must look like someone accustomed to killing. And one accustomed to killing must also be skilled with the sword. If they think I'm some noble son, then they'll assume I've had formal training. Perhaps a sword beginner, even a sword runner. To these intruders, I must look like a ghost. A fearsome being their axes could never oppose. Then there's no need to retreat. Retreating further would only ease their fear. Now I had to maximize and exploit it. Humans stiffen when overly tense. And stiffened humans always make mistakes. That was the nature of the animal called human. I stepped forward. My footsteps echoed over the silence. Don't come closer. Don't. I've killed plenty like you. Instead of replying, I flicked my wrist. The blade tip pointed at him. His pupils dilated. He must have reached the peak of agitation. Then it was time to act. I'll split your head. The man acted as expected. He raised his shoulders and lifted his axe high, preparing to strike downward. It was a powerful attack, but the wrong answer. The moment he left an opening, my needle shot forth like an arrow. Keck! A hole opened in his throat. His axe slipped from his hands. They could not respond to the needle's thrust. Then the outcome was already decided. In my memory, Mary always struck at vital points. To allow even a single counterattack was to suffer a fatal wound. The first or second strike must always pierce a vital point. My sword was made that way. Hegel said, unlike knightly romances, real sword fights end in an instant. Once more, blood sprayed, and the fear in the remaining men's eyes grew stronger. See, come on, attack him. One of the two muttered. He's good with a sword, but he's just a little brat. Stick close and smash him. That's the only. Then you go first, you bastard. What? You son of a. Fear clouded their heads. They belatedly realized they could rush me, but the memory of their comrades' easy deaths bound them. Numbers became a disadvantage. Neither wanted to go first. Meanwhile, I advanced steadily. Hi hick! As the distance closed, their eyes widened. They held not axes but long clubs. One swung his, longer than I expected. Simply twisting my body wouldn't be enough to dodge. Then, a dancer's body. My body bent elastically. Twisting my waist, my taut muscles held balance steady. Like an acrobat, I avoided the club. The man's eyes widened. What the? A strange posture. But the swordswoman in my memory whispered, yes, even from this posture. I am a woman. I cannot change the sex I was born with. Then I must cover my weaknesses with strengths. Hegel said, cultivate what only you can do. Do not waste time trying to fix flaws. Shine your strengths brighter. My strength is flexibility. Like the traveling jesters who stopped by the village inns, my body is supple. From any posture, at any angle, I can aim for the enemy's throat. Flick, with a faint sound, the needle shot forth, pierced precisely through the man's eye. Aff! Blood spattered with his scream. He clutched his eye and was incapacitated. I left him and turned to the dazed man beside him. I bent my neck back, almost as if doing a handstand, and planted my left hand on the ground. Supporting my light body, I flicked my right wrist. The needle slid forward, stabbing into his groin. Ugh! Instinctively, the man hunched down. I pulled the needle free, extended my arm, twisted my wrist vertically. The slender blade angled upward, piercing beneath his chin, running through his head. His body slumped. One remained. Uff! A huck! The last man clutched his ruined eye, groaning. Slowly, I walked toward him. My gaze fell on the bedspreads my mother had once treasured so dearly, now stained with blood. The 4 intruders who came to my precious mansion were easily dealt with. Liam's words had proven true. I had slain the big men wielding axes and clubs with ease. When 4 corpses lay sprawled across the bedroom, my breathing had not faltered. I could no longer deny it. The spectral figure of the sword in my eyes, Liam Caravan, was truly my great ancestor. The glorious age of the Caravan family that father had spoken of so often must have been real. Therefore, Liam's teachings would raise me to lofty heights. Yes, to the height where I could take revenge on Swordmaster Carlos. That damned saying still circled in my mind. A swordmaster can only be killed by a swordmaster. Thus, I must become a swordmaster, no matter what it takes. This was handled well enough, right? I buried the dead and carefully cleaned the blood that had been splattered around the mansion. Only the stench of blood still lingered. Perhaps it would linger forever. Or perhaps it was something only I could smell, the scent of death that only I remembered from that day of tragedy. Yes, from now on, insects will gather here often, and enemies far more dangerous than today's may appear. You must not avoid them, but face them and defeat them. That is what it means to be a caravan. Caravan grows greater with each battle fought, like a sword that hardens the more it is struck. Liam looked at me and said, "For that, there are still steps left to climb. First, you must become a sword beginner." His eyes flashed, like a blade. From today, our training will change. Reminder, thank you for your time. If you'd like to support us, please subscribe to Audio on YouTube. Chapter 6, Sword Beginner 1. Liam's words had been true. Since the 4 intruders had come, pests had gathered without end. Many were eyeing this domain, especially those who crept toward the mansion. Most of them were no match for me. From the start, there was no way real strength would be found among the bottom feeders crawling into this desolate, ominous rural fief. At some point, dealing with intruders became routine. In truth, I had no time to waste on them. The new training I had begun was far too harsh. What do you think is the difference between mediocre swordsmen and sword beginners? The difference, you mean? Let me be clearer. What is the minimum condition to be called a sword beginner? What must one achieve to earn that title? I hesitated for a moment, then answered. Must one complete the Academy's course acknowledged by the kingdom? Or perhaps obtain recommendation letters from a few knights? Both are wrong. Liam shook his head. I still could not grasp the answer. After a moment of silence, Liam spoke. Do you know what manhwa is? I do. Manhwa, the mysterious force filling this vast continent. A grace bestowed by the gods. The very source that allowed the world to exist, indispensable to humans and the 6 other races alike. Those who wielded swords, those who wielded magic, and all others who performed the mysteries drew their strength from manhwa. Where there was no manhwa, no one could live. And elves born and raised in lands overflowing with manhwa enjoyed lifespans near to eternity. At my reply, Liam nodded. The strength of those called superhumans or heroes all derives from manhwa. Then what of the strength of a swordmaster? It comes from manhwa. Exactly. The aura that makes them invincible and sets them above as godlike beings is ultimately drawn from manhwa. And all swordmasters were once sword beginners. He raised a finger. At its tip, A faint blue glow rose. Becoming a sword beginner means taking the very first step on the path of the sword. As the name implies. Thus, the condition is simple. The blue glow, as thick as the aura exclusive to swordmasters, grew fainter as he spoke, until it dimmed almost beyond sight. To accumulate even a handful of mana within your body. The moment you accept even the smallest trace of this world's mystery, you become a sword beginner. Liam said it so simply, so much so that I thought, I'll soon be a sword beginner too. And precisely 7 minutes after training began, curses burst from my lips. Damn it! The training was hell, beyond comparison to anything before. Swordmasters forge the mana within their bodies into the shape of swords. Once they craft even a single unique sword, the world calls them a swordmaster. The more swords they forge, the greater they become. Swordmaster Carlos had forged no less than 10 swords. He was the greatest swordmaster alive, and among those of the past 2 centuries, the most brilliant genius. The continent hailed him as the master of 10 swords. Sword experts forge mana into the form of armor, encasing their bodies. The instant they succeed in even the thinnest layer of protection, they are called sword experts. At the armor stage, they stand as gods of the battlefield, resisting most magic, ignoring stray arrows. Sword runners forge mana into wings. With even a single pair, they are called sword runners. The wings grant them movement at speeds far beyond reason. Sword walkers spread mana through their bodies like veins. People say they lay the road. When the road is laid, a sword walker is finally reborn as a superhuman. And at the very bottom, sword beginner? Huff. The condition was simple. To accumulate even a handful of mana. That meant creating a second heart. Not the one that pumped blood through the veins, but a new organ, the essential vessel that drew in the mana of nature. In other words, the mana heart. Steady your breathing. You must breathe rhythmically to sense mana. Without sensing it, you cannot accept it. And without accepting it, you cannot form a mana heart. Don't talk to me, master. Please. Now your true colors come out when you struggle. Liam chuckled. I bit my lip and spoke earnestly. Seriously, if I lose focus, I'll die. That was no exaggeration. I looked down as I caught my breath. There was nowhere to place my feet, because I was clinging barehanded to a sheer cliff. No rope tied around my waist. Don't worry. If you fall, with luck you might not die. Maybe you'll snag on a tree somewhere. And if I'm unlucky, that would be sad. Your soul is still too feeble to be taken into the land of swords where I dwell. So in other words, you won't take responsibility. Then just quiet. Please. Pebbles rained down from above and struck my brow, then bounced, tumbling far into the abyss below. Goosebumps rose on my neck. My grip tightened instinctively. Loosen my hands and I die. Miss this jutting rock and I die. If the stone holding my weight crumbled, I would die. I could not leap into the air, nor could I land safely from such a height. Not even assassins from the free cities could manage that. I clenched my teeth. To become a sword beginner. Training like this is insane. Indeed, this is a regimen I devised myself, passed down only to my descendants of caravan blood. Who, in their right mind, would risk death just to become a mere sword beginner? Sword beginner was no lofty stage. Talented swordsmen sometimes reached it within a week. Exceptional prodigies within a day. Even the talentless, if they followed the academy's course faithfully, reached it before finishing their first year. Even doting noble fathers teaching their daughters swordplay for self-defense could lead them to sword beginner. And here I was, risking my life? Anyone else would have scoffed. True enough. Liam admitted my doubt without hesitation. Then his eyes grew serious. Sword beginner can be achieved by drinking a mana potion crafted by alchemists. Elves, living where mana is abundant, can reach it simply by breathing while holding a stick. It's no grand thing. It's trivial, common, unimpressive. But you are a caravan. In his eyes, I saw my own reflection. A pitiful boy, sweating, lips bitten, clinging desperately to a cliff. I've always told you, Steel blood flows through us. And where there is steel blood, steel-like mana dwells. To set Caravan's mana to beating, you need a stronger heart. No mortal heart can reach those heights. To be exact, no human heart can. Through Liam's translucent form, I glimpsed the blue sky, clouds drifting, birds spreading wings and soaring freely beneath them. Caravan must have a heart of steel, one that not even the hardest impact can scar. And this much I guarantee, young descendant. Liam looked down at me with a grin. The sword beginner stage you achieve will be utterly unlike any others. For nothing of Caravan is like the rest. Forming the mana heart was not inherently difficult. The widely known method required a master's aid. A mage sensitive to mana, or a sword walker or a sword runner who had already amassed mana within. They would press a trace of mana into the disciple's body, stimulating their senses. The body would respond, sensing mana on its own, and through natural breathing the mana heart would form. This was the standard way. But Liam said that method was not suited for Caravan. Yes, that way is easy. But a mana heart made with another's help is too soft. Born of another, it can just as easily be broken by another. Remember this always, young descendant. What is built easily crumbles easily. He taught me another way, one among countless ways to form the mana heart. The oldest way, the most dangerous. So dangerous no one dared attempt it. You must make your body feel the need for a mana heart. Drive yourself into a situation where you must sense mana and must use it. The heart of steel is born in crisis. As when I once consumed my sword on the battlefield and awoke. Fear close to death. Like a lion casting its cub from a cliff. Have I ever been wrong? Trust me again. I could not refute him. His words always proved true. This time would be no different. My mind understood it. Damn. But the heart understands differently. Fuck. Say only foo. Nothing more. Yes. 8 hours a day, clinging to the cliff, drenched in sweat. Curses slipped out unbidden. Even my mother, who had never spoken a harsh word in her life, would have sworn at such training. Perhaps this will motivate you. What do you mean? For the revenge you seek, you must become a swordmaster. Which means, in the end, you must forge a sword. My breath stopped at his words. He smiled as he went on. Many of my descendants failed this training. They took easier paths, asking their fathers to act as masters, inviting mages or knights to guide their first step. And not one of them became a swordmaster. Even among my bloodline, those who endured this trial to become sword beginners were rare. 1 in 10. 1 in 20. At that, my grip on the cliff rock tightened. And even then, not all became swordmasters. That stage is so very distant. But all who did become swordmasters had first become sword beginners through this trial. This is the minimum condition to walk that path, young descendant. So endure. If you desire revenge. My heart pounded, more fiercely than when I stared into the abyss below. Perhaps hearing it, Liam asked, "Well?" A bit more motivated. The old master knew the answer before asking. I gritted my teeth and replied, "More than enough." I released one of the hands clinging to the cliff, holding on now with only my left. And so, day after day without fail. 5 days passed, then 10. Scars tore across my palms, calluses grew. And then, another guest came to my mansion. This time, be cautious. Quite unlike the pathetic pests before. That one is at least a sword walker. Reminder. Wishing you a wonderful day. If you enjoy this content, please consider subscribing to El Naudio on YouTube. Chapter 7. Sword Beginner 2. The Verdi region. Located in the south of the Iron Kingdom of Cherville. Rather than its proper name, it was usually called a backwater village or outskirts province. For its wide land, it had low population density. Most of its youths had gone to the capital, its average age was high, its education poor, and its infrastructure undeveloped. It was the very picture of a rural backwater. The old and uneducated residents of Verdi all lived similar lives. They farmed, raised livestock, made milk and cheese, or some produced wine worth calling a specialty to spread the region's name, a place nobody cared about, visited only occasionally as a retreat. And on the very edge of that backwater, with no sights or specialties, was the caravan estate where Arhan lived. To call it an estate was almost laughable. It was only a nameless, tiny village. When Arhan's parents had still lived, the villagers had never treated them as lords but more like village chiefs. They worked together with everyone. Of course, no taxes were collected, and hardships were always overcome by joining hands. The villagers thought of Arhan's father, who had the speech and manners of a noble, as little more than a fallen noble. They knew he had neither the right nor the power to collect taxes or act as a lord. Otherwise, knights would have guarded the mansion, or other nobles would have occasionally visited the estate. To the villagers, the caravan family was just another nameless fallen noble line. They had an incongruously fine mansion for the village, and they had quietly amassed wealth enough to live comfortably. They were nothing unusual among the many fallen nobles seen in the Iron Kingdom's frontier. What set the caravan family apart was that they did not flaunt noble pride. Instead, they lived alongside the villagers, warmly and cheerfully, with affection. But such a story was hardly known. After all, most people didn't even know the village existed. A common countryside village. Its presence only began to grow recently. Have you heard the rumor? The people of the western village vanished. Like smoke, strange rumors spread. That a wicked black magician had wiped them out. That remnants of a monster wave missed by the northern watchers had swept through. That some unknown plague had killed them all. All the rumors said the same thing. Do not go into the western village. Yet some heard the rumors differently. Barbarians seeking a new lair, reckless slum youths unafraid of plague or sorcery. They went in groups. None ever returned. Of course, it was because they had all been killed by Arhan's needle. But people thought otherwise. There's something there. Never go in. The rumor swelled larger. And rumors, once swelled, spread far. So it reached one particular man's ear. A village where you die if you enter. Not a man suited to the southern Verdi region. Then it must be empty. That's where I'll go. Repeating the training of clinging to cliffs brought changes. First, my senses grew sharper. They had already been keener than most, but now everything was heightened. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, everything felt different. Seems you're beginning to sense mana. Liam summed up my change simply. It wasn't just my senses. My concentration had risen to a different level. When I gripped the needle and stared at something, time seemed to slow for the briefest moment. These changes would be invaluable in combat. And I thought, just nearing sword beginner brings this much. Even brushing against the realm of superhumans created a gulf from before. And I had not even fully reached sword beginner yet. It made me realize how distant Swordmaster truly was. Those called godlike beings, what world did they live in? How high was the peak I had to climb? It was daunting, but not discouraging. This was something I had to do. I would not give up. Instead, I would keep clinging to the cliff. Then, I felt a strange sensation. As I breathed in, it felt as though something else entered my nose along with the air. It reminded me of when I had played with Father in the valley as a child. When water had rushed into my nose, it felt similarly strange and unpleasant. But this time, though strange, it wasn't unpleasant. For an instant, my insides felt filled. At once I looked at Liam. Master, just now Yes, you inhaled mana. I had inhaled mana. At his words, I broke into a bright smile. But Liam shook his head. But only inhaled. It doesn't mean you've stored even a handful. You have not formed a mana heart, meaning I had not yet reached sword beginner. I frowned with disappointment, but Liam said, still, you are close. To sense mana means you're nearly there. That, I smiled again. As I had said before, when it came to the sword, he never lied. That had not been empty encouragement. It was the truth. My heart pounded. It was 3 hours later, after I had climbed back up the cliff, that it happened. From afar, I saw a stranger walking into the village. Perhaps a neighbor. Perhaps an intruder. This time I hoped he was not an intruder. Because, at least a sword walker, that one. The guest today was no pest I could drive out. I stayed silent for a moment before asking, curiosity rising as always. Can I fight him? Liam's answer was merciless. You would die in 1.2 seconds. As always, the master never lied about the sword. What will you do? Liam never gave a clear answer. Instead, he asked questions. And I always answered with my thoughts. I'll just watch for now. Liam had said the man was at least a sword walker. That meant no chance of victory. As someone who had not even become a sword beginner, I had no odds against a sword walker who had reached superhumanity. To stand before him and give a warning? Impossible. Even if I had built stamina patrolling the estate daily, I could never win a race against one who had laid the road. Never. A wise decision. Liam nodded. I answered bitterly. Not so wise as simply the only option. Why? You could have fled the moment you saw him. That was never a choice for me. After dealing with so many intruders, I had realized something. I could not abandon this land. The village is filled with memories. The bleak streets, the quiet mansion. The loved ones were gone, but the place remained precious. Too precious. I see. Liam said simply. After a moment's silence, he added, You know it is greedy, at your current level. I know. On this continent, strength is law. The strong can do anything. The weak must always flee or submit. And right now, you are the lowest of the weak. Lowest. The perfect word. Though I had luckily dispatched weak intruders on the scale of the continent, I was dust. I felt it keenly. If you want to protect what is precious, grow stronger. He was right. Had I been a swordmaster, my parents would not have died. Had I been a swordmaster, the village would not have fallen. So cling to the cliff, young descendant. I would lose nothing more. And for that, I had to grow stronger. Stronger than anyone. Understood. A guest had come, but nothing had changed. The path remained the same. Climb higher. Always. Huff. Now my grip strength has grown astonishing. Not only with one hand, but even with 2 fingers, I could support my weight. My growth was too fast. Not even orcs, born for battle, grew this quickly. No doubt it was the effect of devouring the swordswoman Mary's sword. Her sword digested in my belly, her memories and experiences seeping into my frail body, slowly hardening it, sharpening it. As Master said, like steel. Huff! Even after the guest appeared unannounced, my routine did not change. The incident happened a week later. Alongside training to become a sword beginner, I had another task. Observing the mysterious guest, at least a sword walker, to judge whether he might become a neighbor or whether I should classify him as a dangerous intruder. And after days of tedious observation, I reached a conclusion. He doesn't seem dangerous. I agree. He doesn't look the sort to draw his sword without cause. From morning until sunset, the guest wandered the village like a stroll. Then, at dusk, he sat on a hill to watch the scarlet sky. His eyes, gazing at the sunset, glistened, as though recalling a distant memory. Seen like this, he seems more a sentimental bard than a swordsman. After sunset, he unpacked his large bundle and prepared food. His cooking smelled good enough to make me salivate even from afar. Curiously, he never entered the village's empty homes. He never opened creaking doors, never touched the abandoned crops or vegetables. As if he considered them still owned, he lived only off what he had brought. His manner exuded dignity. Rigid fellow. Even unseen, he strictly follows rules and manners. That makes me suspect his identity. Oh? Care to share your guess? As always, Liam asked. And as always, I answered. If discipline and manners are ingrained in his body, then he can only be one thing. Indeed, Liam agreed. He must have thought the same. That man is a knight. The stranger's identity had become clearer. A knight. One who valued honor, who obeyed the rules of his order. A knight could make a good neighbor, couldn't he? And why do you think that? Well, knights are supposed to be noble and protect the weak. Ha! Child, You've read too many chivalric tales. Liam laughed at me. Knights value honor, true. But whether they are righteous, that I doubt. Their honor is highly subjective. The ones they protect are always the highborn who can offer them renown and wealth. Honor and justice are fickle things. So let me tell you what knights truly are. His eyes gleamed cold. They are mobs wielding swords under the banner of honor. Executioners who break human bodies efficiently, using sword techniques passed down for generations. And worst of all, fattened by noble coins, they wield high-quality arms and armor that makes them disgustingly hard to kill. That is what knights are. He looked me straight in the eye. Do not be blinded by the name. Don't focus on the word knight. See the human. Do what you do best. Never be certain. Always doubt. The word etched into my mind. Understood. And so I continued watching the guest. I found other peculiarities. Every night, at the same hour, he raised his head to the moon and bowed. He clasped his hands and murmured something. Before eating, he drew invisible symbols in the air with his forefinger, like a ritual. What convinced me most of his goodness was his way with living things. He never picked a single flower, never crushed a weed, and if a rabbit or deer leapt out, he paused until they calmed before moving on, like a priest of a pacifist order. A week into observation, I decided I would approach him, asking if he meant to be a neighbor. After all, though this estate was empty, I had no right to drive him out. If he wished to settle, I would gladly help. Well, I knew you were watching me all along. I had never imagined he would draw his sword the moment I approached. Don't even think of turning your back to run. I had spoken from a fair distance, wary that he might suddenly turn into a killer. But what I had thought was safe was not safe at all. I could tell. If he wished, my head would already be severed. You're already within my road. That was my first taste of a superhuman's realm. The sword of a swordwalker. And then, my heart's pounding like crazy. Facing a superhuman sword for the first time, I felt a new kind of danger. A fear beyond clinging to cliffs. A real and immediate death. As if a second heart had sprouted inside my chest. Enough to make my body cry out that it needed a manna heart. Reminder: if you're enjoying the narration, a subscription to Audio would mean a lot to us. Chapter 8. Sword Beginner 3. My nickname, the Sewing Gypsy, has spread fairly widely. Some notable guilds even approached me first, asking if I would consider joining their ranks. After growing accustomed to mercenary life, I came to pride myself on my skill. Not because I was a woman mercenary wielding an unusual sword, but because I thought, perhaps foolishly, that I had become a swordswoman of real worth. That was a naive delusion. The world was wider than I knew. There were far too many monsters. And I first realized that because of one man, a knight of the Red Hawk, based in the steel city of Firma in the Iron Kingdom's east. I could not remember his name, but I could never forget his sword. They call you Gypsy, don't they? During my mercenary years, my swordsmanship had grown. I had long since surpassed my master, Hegel, and with that came arrogance. Having surpassed Hegel, the wandering knight of the free city, who was nothing more than a swordsman traveling with his blade and fighting to survive, I thought myself strong enough to defeat any knight in a duel. You are nothing but a worthless mercenary, you fire-scorched wench. My needle had snapped powerlessly before true steel. That knight had grabbed my hair as I sat collapsed in the dust and said, "Were you not a woman, you would have died here. Thank the Red Hawk. The Red Hawk never takes the lives of women or children." His words were the truth. The only reason I survived that day was because I happened to be female. Between a wandering knight and a true knight lay a wall that could not be crossed. Hegel had been a traveler with a sword, a man who flailed merely to keep living. But the man of the Red Hawk, what was he? To be honest, he hadn't even seemed human. He was like a tool forged of steel. Perhaps all those called knights were such things. At the very least, every knight I had faced in my mercenary life had been a monster. Monsters who seemed to live in another world entirely. It was only later that I learned the name of their realm, Swordwalker. Before me now was a killing intent so strong it nearly blew my mind. And like lying, the memories of the swordswoman Mary surged forth, the ones carved into the sword I had consumed. By memory alone, Mary had been far more seasoned and skilled than I was now. Yet even she had fallen miserably to a true knight. In this moment, my heart thrashed violently. I thought it might burst. My breathing grew ragged. My vision swam. A sharp ringing pierced my ears. Alongside it, the pounding from my chest rippled through my body like a shudder. Amidst the extreme tension, the world before my eyes shimmered with a strange blue hue. At the same time, I felt as though not only my belly, but my entire body was brimming with fullness. Was this what it felt like to sense the flow of blood within one's muscles? A prickling sensation, like countless needles piercing my skin, tingled across my body. And then I saw it, the flickering blue energy that rippled around the strange man. It spread in every direction. Some strands were straight lines, others were winding curves, like roads laid across a great city. Instinctively, I knew that was a path. Within near-trance focus, Liam's voice echoed like a reverberation. So you were born into a wretched body with not a shred of martial talent. And yet you carried an extraordinary gift in another way. I had no room to dwell on his words. I only tightened my grip on the needle and kept my gaze locked on the man. He had yet to move, standing motionless, staring back at me. Unyielding suspicion. A sensitivity bordering on illness. In ordinary life it would be a flaw. But for one who grasps the sword, it is an exceedingly rare talent. The man drew his sword. A long sword, long and keen, a true two-hander. Unlike me, he stood steady, perfectly prepared to strike at any moment. His stance was built for thrusting a swift opening blow. The complete opposite of me, gripping my sword one-handed in a warped posture. Why have you been watching me? Speak honestly. I forced my concentration higher still and began my suspicion. To distinguish whether you were a guest or an intruder. Even as I spoke, I did not relax my guard. I suspected every shift of his breath, every twitch of the toes visible beyond his boots, the angle of his shoulders and wrists, the slightest dart of his eyes with each passing second. That was my greatest weapon, as my master had said. To distinguish whether you were a guest or an intruder. A guest? An intruder? With such absurd words, the man, Fettel, knitted his brows as he looked upon the boy. He had known for some time that the boy was observing him. Like a skilled forest ranger, the boy had hidden his traces well, yet the countless paths stretched in every direction had betrayed his presence. Hard to understand. Explain further. The only reason Fettel had left the boy alone was because he hadn't seen the need to approach. He had come to this village seeking solitude, and he had been content in its silence. Though not perfect solitude, one boy was tolerable. He hadn't come for trouble. This quiet had pleased him. But having the boy draw near, that was different. Fettel's eyes sharpened as he studied him. A frail body, a face so delicate one might mistake him for a girl, but not wholly untrained. I see the traces of at least 4 harsh years of training. Did he attend an academy? Even his manner of speaking bore the dignity of nobility. Perhaps the son of a fallen noble family. With the Iron Kingdom's princes warring for the throne, many nobles had lost their titles and lands, cast out to the frontiers. It was common for such nobles to live hidden on the fringes. He holds a sword, but he is no threat. His balance is fair, but his stance is unstable. He pours everything into a single opening strike, swordplay meant to overcome physical weakness. That might work against untrained savages. At best, he's sword beginner level. Fettel's judgment was swift and simple. Then the boy spoke. I was originally a resident here, but when I returned from a trip to the outer city, the villagers had vanished like smoke. Whether it was plague or some foul sorcerer sacrificing them to demons, I do not know. At first I wished to flee, but I had memories here. Foolishly, I could not abandon them. Foolishly, he could not abandon them. At those words, Fettel's hand twitched. His reasons for coming to this remote village were not so different. But then barbarians and slum youth began to invade, making havoc. They threatened my life and even mocked my deceased parents. I slew all those intruders myself, and so I had to discern whether you two were an intruder or simply a guest who had come to stay for a time. You had to discern, did you? But you seemed far too strong, so I lingered at a distance, watching. You did not appear to be one who would threaten my life. That is why I approached now, to confirm whether you were an intruder or a neighbor. Do you understand now? The boy's explanation was clear enough. Fettel eased his killing intent, if only slightly. I understand. But he did not relent completely. Then it is my turn to speak. If we are to be neighbors, we must share our circumstances. So lower your weapon, cast aside that peculiar blade of yours, and I will sheathe my sword and speak. For the boy still pointed that long, needle-like sword at him, radiating a sharp aura too strong to dismiss. A silence passed before the boy answered. I cannot. And why? Surely you know, sword in hand or not, you cannot stand against me. I know. And that is why I cannot. The boy's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I cannot yet trust you fully. At any moment you could swing your sword at me. Then this blade, at the very least, is needed for me to defend myself. That needle of a weapon? Whether you hold it or not makes no difference. If there is no difference, then you should put away your sword first. Suspicion is my habit. Ha! Fettel chuckled before he realized it. For two to face one another with blades drawn, the first to sheathe dishonors his knighthood. I must preserve my honor, and I, who refuse to retreat any longer, cannot cast aside my sword. Hearing the boy's voice, Fettel erased his faint smile. The boy's eyes burned, fierce as the sun. To surrender to fear, to give up before fighting. I will never do so again. From those eyes, Fettel read flames. Flames no logic nor half-hearted killing intent could ever extinguish. And inwardly he marveled. What had this small boy endured, that he carried such fire in his gaze? No half measures, then. Fettel abandoned words. He had no wish to chatter with swords raised. He would instead strike, forcefully if need be, to knock away the boy's weapon without harming him. That was the best concession he could give, as a knight bound by honor. Unstable stance, one-handed grip, that slender blade. A mere touch and it would snap in half. To a swordsman, the sword was more than a tool. Yet Fettel saw no other way. Decision made, Fettel raised his long sword slowly. He drew in a faint breath. Mana seeped into him, circulating through his paths. In the next moment, Fettel became a superhuman. And then, an impossible thing occurred. What? Sparks flew. The sword he had swung sideways was deflected. Deflected by what? His eyes darted, and there it was. A long, needle-thin sword, like a fragile needle. Yet it had neither broken nor dulled. Impossible. Fettel's eyes wavered. In them, the boy's figure flickered. He had assumed a bizarre, almost acrobatic stance, breathing deeply, audibly, "Hoo! Ha!" And with every breath, the blue aura circling him quivered and pulsed. Mana itself was flowing in waves. From a mere sword beginner's breath, Fettel doubted his eyes, but he saw it clearly. A faint blue light, left of the boy's chest. There was a heart, a mana heart, the mark of a sword beginner. And this mana heart's form was strange. Not soft and supple as usual, but astonishingly hard. The boy's heart was like steel. No, not strange. That is, something unscathed no matter the blow. Steel. Extraordinary. Thus, the long-forgotten mana heart of the caravan was reborn. Reminder: your support means a lot. Please consider subscribing to Elnaudio on YouTube if you like these chapters. Chapter 9. Sword Beginner. 4. Sword Beginner. The novices who had just taken their first step into the path of the sword. Young masters and ladies who learned the sword as a hobby, or new academy students who had barely entered. Such were the insignificant ones that made up this lowly stage. I had seen countless sword beginners in my life. Their swords had all been pathetic, clumsy, and so fragile they could snap with the slightest touch. Of course, it was natural. Solidity was something accumulated through years of repetition, and the swords of novices who had only just set foot on this path could not possibly be firm. That was why Fettel could not believe his own eyes in this moment. He had fought and defeated countless knights. They were sword walkers, skilled swordsmen who had devoted their lives to the sword. Yet this feeling, he had never once experienced it, even when crossing blades with other masters. For a fleeting instant, Fettel saw an illusion overlaying the boy who stood before him. Though only for a moment, the boy became steel. Not soft flesh and blood, but steel that would not break no matter what it clashed against. At the center of that steel was a heart, the source of its solidity. If he had to describe it, then it was a heart of steel. Have I lost my mind? That thought suddenly struck him. Were the ominous rumors about a ghost living in this village actually true? What was he seeing now? Was it merely a pitiful boy? Or was it the spirit of one who had died and could not leave this world, wandering the village as a ghost? Then the boy's figure in Fettel's sight wavered violently. In that instant, the boy's face changed. It was no longer the face of a boy, but of a woman of indeterminate age. A woman whose face was twisted and marred with burned scars, as if cursed by a demon. Her gaze shone with a cold, moonlike glimmer. Fettel instinctively knew the sword would come again. Tightening his grip, Fettel muttered without realizing it. Perhaps I am fighting a ghost right now. My heart pounded. The new heart that had been born inside me beat with immense force. If the pounding of a normal heart made it feel like one's chest would burst, then this other heart beat as if it would explode my entire body. With every surge, a shudder coursed through me. From the very moment it was formed, I knew this was a manhwa heart. Though this was a glorious moment after long training, I could not allow myself to rejoice. The guest before me had drawn his sword and swung it at me. Now think, that man was a knight. He had more real combat experience than I, and his mastery of the sword was higher than mine. I had barely parried the first strike by sheer luck. By holding on to tension and carefully observing his muscles, predicting his movements, drawing the sword's trajectory in my mind, and slipping my blade into the path beforehand. Mary, the swordswoman's intense memories had also resurfaced, aiding me. But this time the guest would not hold his sword loosely. This time he would strike with more force, more ruthlessly, so his sword would not be deflected by the thrust of a mere sword beginner. So, expecting a second miracle was forbidden. And what was that sensation when our blades clashed? It felt like colliding with a speeding carriage. The instant our swords met, it felt as though every bone in my body shattered. I nearly spat blood, and all strength drained from my limbs. Had I not clung to consciousness, I would have dropped my sword instantly and collapsed on the spot. Such was the chasm between my current self and the realm of a sword walker. There was only one reason I was still standing after crossing blades. Because I was a caravan. Just as Liam had said, the other heart coiled in my chest had taken firm root like steel. This proves again that your training was not in vain. Young descendant, fixing my gaze on the guest, I kept breathing steadily. Ever since the manhwa heart was formed, my breath had not only drawn in oxygen but also that other element. Filling the world, manhwa. That mystical power flowed into my body, reviving my flickering mind. Ha! I looked into the eyes beyond the sword he aimed at me. Human eyes always reveal much. Even those called superhuman were no different. In the guest's eyes I read many emotions. Shock, agitation, suspicion of the situation, confusion. As soon as I read those elements, Mary's voice echoed. Just as an unfamiliar enemy is an unknown existence to me, I am also an unknown existence to the enemy. Knowing this when fighting and not knowing it makes a great difference. Remember, just as I fear the enemy I do not understand, so too does the enemy fear me, for they do not understand me. My muscles tense tautly, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Fear is another blade a swordsman possesses. Though unseen, it can swell larger than anything, and though without substance, It can pierce sharper than anything. Hegel said that in order to survive, it is important to wield the weapon in your hand well. But just as important is how you wield the invisible, unseen blade. Who? At the moment my muscles reached their limit, I stretched out my hand. The gleam of the blade transformed from a point into a line. Needle shot forth like lying at the guest, and from his body stretched a road. Instinct told me I could not pass, pierce, or cross that road. Just as expected, the guest's sword strike was harsher, more thorough, showing not the slightest opening. It was the true sword strike of a perfected knight, a sword walker. A sword beginner's sword could be shattered instantly. Then what was I to do? There was only one answer: to create my own road. Ha! It was an absurd thought. A road was the domain of sword walkers, not something a novice who had just become a sword beginner could imitate. That was why they were called superhuman. Even I knew. That was why I did not seek a perfect road. Even if incomplete, I wished to carve one out for this single moment. If I had a heart as solid as steel, then perhaps it was possible. Instinctively, now, as I inhaled and exhaled to the limit, I wrung out all my focus. The world slowed, my senses sharpened to their extremes. I scanned all the information I could possibly perceive. My target was only the guest. Which muscles he tensed, how he breathed, what movements he prepared, where his eyes looked, how much oxygen and mana he inhaled, how much force he would invest in his next move, how much mana he would release. Suspicion. I doubted every trivial element, dug into it, questioned it. I examined everything without letting anything pass without a reason. Only then could it be done. As Hegel said, I went out into the wider world. With this hideous face, I thrust my blade at the world and lived as a wanderer. That life was free and lonely. Only then, perhaps my thin, needle-like sword was a blade that reflected myself. I, who only found relief in stabbing something, who snapped at once upon colliding with anything, who lived bristling with thorns. Merry? Sharper? Pricklier, living as a lonely needle that kept no one at my side while pointing at everything in the world. I could do it. Perhaps what I had truly wanted to stab was the world itself. The world that had stolen my parents, my daily life, my future. At the end of perfect focus came perfect immersion. In that instant, my hand and arm gripping the needle transformed, becoming those of the swordswoman Mary from the past. So if you ask whether I succeeded in stabbing my world, I cannot answer. There is only one answer I can give. A frail arm marred with burn scars. Following it down revealed a calloused hand, twisted fingers clutching a thin needle. Along with a vivid memory, my eyes saw a line, illusion or not, I could not tell. I no longer fear fire or the world, a straight line like a road. Even if I cannot win, I can stand against it. With my needle in hand, the line was hazy like a mirage. There were many such lines, but the more I focused, the more the outer lines disappeared, until only one line remained. The last line left was startlingly clear. Ah, now that death approaches, I recall what I said as a child. Yes, is that not what life is? The needle in my hand moved on its own, sucked into the line before me. The trajectory of the blade twisted on its own. The weapon was forged by a blacksmith hammering iron. A collection of steel that should have been lifeless moved with will, as if alive. The guest's eyes widened in that instant. Agitation, shock, faint unease. Regardless, my needle pressed on, like an arrow, and Mary's voice resounded. Whether slashing or stabbing, so long as you can aim it, that is enough. The swift, precise needle aimed to skewer the enemy. And then, with a thunderous crash, my body was flung into the air. A tingling sensation slammed into me like a lying strike. For a moment, it felt as if my body were being torn apart. Ugh! I could see nothing. When I opened my eyes again, I was rolling across the dirt, covered in dust. The needle I had gripped until my hand nearly shattered was broken, splintered into pieces. Pain surged so intensely it was hard to even breathe. The heart that had pounded so fiercely now slowed. Thump, thump, This, truly, astounding. The guest's voice reached me, halting and distant. That gentle voice faded. My vision blurred, then was painted completely black. And my consciousness was severed. With a snap, after I completely lost consciousness, a voice echoed inside. The last thing I remember was the burning mansion. The final memory contained within the needle's former master. The last thing I remembered was the burning mansion. Within the raging flames, my father and mother turned to black ashes. I did not know how I survived those savage flames. In that accident I lost my family, and I lost the rosy life I could have had as a woman. What remained was a little wealth, and a body and face twisted and marred with scars, as if cursed by a demon. The image of myself in the mirror was hateful, my will to live gone. Well, if there was any consolation, my life turned out not as dark and miserable as I had once feared. I met good people, I met the sword, and I lived a freer, broader life than what had originally been destined for me. If asked whether it was a life of hatred, I could confidently say no. In the end, it seems it was fate. I opened my eyes faintly and looked around. Flames engulfed everything. The fire that had stolen my childhood and future now sought to take my life entirely. I should have listened to Narek, who told me to avoid jobs that paid too much. Perhaps I should have listened to Jevon, who asked me to quit mercenary work and live with him. No other man would ever love someone as hideous as I. Yes, this must be fate. But as I said, I had no regrets. I had entered the enemy's den, been trapped in a cabin. My needle was broken. Flames surrounded me on all sides. There was no way out. As my mind drifted away, I instead felt a sense of release. Yes, this was the common end of a wandering mercenary. Insignificant, lonely, Hegel. Dragging my heavy body, I slowly stood. Then I aimed my broken needle toward the advancing flames. The snapped blade was blunt, short, and thin. It was foolish. No matter how I thrust the needle, it could not drive back the fire. I was just an ordinary blade for hire, a pitiful gypsy with no knowledge of mysticism. And yet, soon we will meet again. If the Sergeant Order's words are true, I will see you once more in the embrace of the flames. Even so, I stood against it. When that time comes, I will tell you the story of my free life. All of it was thanks to you. I loosened my grip, twisted my wrist. The flames drew closer. Instead of retreating, I stepped forward. Like a moth to flame. I no longer fear fire or the world. That was the end of Mary, the swordswoman. Gasp! I woke drenched in cold sweat. As soon as I opened my eyes, I frantically touched every corner of my body with both hands. The excruciating pain from moments ago was gone. A dream. The memory of the sword. Mary's memory, the memory of being burned alive, had been too vivid. My clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. Panting, I felt the changes in my body. How to describe it? My muscles felt softer, more flexible. My senses are keener, like those of a cat. As if I had lived a lifetime in danger as a mercenary. I could feel it. Mary's sword, needle within me. Its ingestion was complete. I sat there blankly in strange fulfillment. You have awakened at last. A heavy voice rang from afar. Turning my head, I saw the guest. He sat before a crackling bonfire, looking at me. There is something I very much wish to speak to you about. Name. Needle the long, slender sword once used by the swordswoman Mary, a sword specialized for thrusting. Ingestion complete. Steel blood is hungry. Ingest a new sword. Reminder. We hope you are having a great time listening. For more stories, please subscribe to El Naudio on YouTube. Chapter 10. Sword Beginner. 5. The knight, Fettel, let out a sound of admiration as he retracted the road he had spread in all directions. Beyond the rising dust lay the boy, collapsed in a pitiful heap. Scattered beside him were the shattered fragments of his thin blade. This duel had been Fettel's clear victory. Yet the path to that victory had not been overwhelming. With a dazed expression, Fettel brushed his fingers along his neck. Crimson blood stained his fingertips. It was proof the boy had wounded him. Ha, ha, ha. The boy had not defeated Fettel. But the boy's sword had reached Fettel. Such a thing should have been impossible. How could a mere sword beginner? If he had been a sword walker as well? No, even if he had been just a little more adept at handling mana. Or if the swordsmanship he had mastered were a little more refined. If that had been the case, the boy's sword might have struck deeper, more precisely, into a far more lethal point. Feeling a chill spread down his nape, Fettel looked at the fallen boy. If I had not been a perfected sword walker capable of deploying a road, I would have been done for. The meaning was simple. This frail boy, with that pitiful blade, possessed enough skill as a swordsman to kill an ordinary sword walker. Reaching that conclusion, Fettel muttered inwardly, I truly feel as though I've seen a ghost. The very first thing the guest did at the bonfire was reveal his name. I learned for the first time that the gentlemanly knight crouched before me was called Fettel. Looking at Fettel as he gave his name so casually, I glanced at the blanket draped over me. He's taken care of me all this time, as expected, a gentleman. Instead of binding me with rope after our fight, he had covered me with a blanket and stayed by my side until I regained consciousness. Yet rather than gratitude, suspicion welled up in me. An old habit. Why did he do it? No matter what kindness he had shown, the fact remained that he had swung his sword at me. Even in defeat, I could not completely let down my guard against Fettel. I had to stay tense. After all, wasn't it precisely because I hadn't relaxed that I managed to deflect his first attack? Thanks to fully digesting needle, my senses have become sharper. I felt it instinctively. As I was now, I could move far more swiftly and precisely than before. And yet, no matter what I tried, I could not picture myself defeating Fettel. The night before me radiated a presence like a fortress wall. Perhaps I could make a tiny scratch with my blade, but to bring it down was impossible. Don't be so tense. When I swung my sword earlier, it was to disarm you. The will in your eyes was so fierce, I thought you wouldn't listen to words. Sensing my wariness, Fettel spoke with a wry smile. He gestured at his sword, which lay sheathed and resting beside the bonfire, and shrugged to show he had no intent to fight. But naturally, I did not relax. Whatever you've been through, you don't seem like someone who will easily loosen up. Well then, I should start with this story. If you listen, perhaps your wariness will ease a little. Fettel turned his gaze to the bonfire with a composed expression. Sparks crackled up from the flames, and involuntarily I flinched. Fully digesting the memories of the swordswoman Mary, I recalled her end, the sensation of being burned alive. I'm talking about why I came all the way to this nameless village in the middle of nowhere. Regardless of my reaction, Fettel took out a piece of smoked meat from his bundle and spoke on, his face calm. And then, I will die soon. A month at most, they said. The words that followed were completely unexpected. I am terminally ill. Fettel poured out his story at length. Separate from his clean swordsmanship, his speaking skills were poor. He repeated himself, rambled with disjointed details only he knew, and sometimes spoke so emotionally it was hard to follow. Yet that made it sound sincere. I could clearly tell the man before me was no villain but a good person, a knight who had ended up with a tragic fate. In short, Fettel's long-winded tale amounted to this: a knight who had been loyal all his life, but upon falling terminally ill, abandoned and left wandering, he came here. He resembled the protagonists often seen in novels about chivalry. The difference was that reality was not a novel. Unlike the splendid heroes who overcame disease, gained wealth, beauty, strength, and fame, tragic figures in reality mostly met tragic ends. Fettel would likely be the same. The realm of Swordwalker was not lowly, but it was insufficient to make one the celebrated protagonist of all. It was not an extraordinary stage but the highest point an ordinary swordsman with moderate talent could reach after years of grueling effort. That was where Fettel had arrived. He only explained at the very end why he had climbed his way to this remote estate and village. I wanted to die alone without burdening anyone. This village is nice, moderately quiet, The sun sets each evening moderately beautiful, a place where I can have time to myself. I am not afraid of death. It is the moment I can go to the side of the God I serve. I only wished, for once, to spend my final moments in my own time. I have never once leisurely enjoyed time for myself in my life. That is why I deliberately sought out this place without people. Perhaps he had grown sentimental near death. Well, people with numbered days often do peculiar things. But no matter how sincere his story seemed, I could not completely believe it. How could I know Fettel wouldn't suddenly turn on me? Even after explaining all this, you're still on guard. I told you, suspicion is my habit. That's not a habit, that's practically an illness. Fettel joked. An illness, perhaps he was right. I had been told countless times I had a suspicion disease. It wasn't always this bad. My suspicion had become this persistent only because of Swordmaster Carlos. That day's tragedy had made me a wearier human being. I could never go back. Never. Well then, if you must see it with your own eyes. Fettel exhaled and slowly removed his outer garment. In the firelight his chest was revealed, firmly built muscles. And near the left chest, precisely near the heart, was something noticeable. A pitch-black spot. Just looking at it gave a sense of foreboding. High priests and healers who've trained all their lives say they don't know what it is. The one thing I know is that this spot is gradually devouring my organs. Now all that's left is my heart. Fettel gave a bitter smile. My second heart, the manhwa heart, has already been mostly consumed. And the moment my real heart is eaten, my life will end. Quietly and alone. Fettel recited his fate calmly. It must have taken him a long time to become accustomed to speaking of his own end. With a faintly pitying look, I turned my eyes toward the empty air where Liam stood. Young descendant, at least you'll never be conned or taken advantage of. Liam looked at me with a weary gaze. What did he want me to do? I stared back at him until he finally gave me the answer I wanted. That knight's words are all true. The disease lodged in his body is devouring his intestines and muscles. Greedily. With that, my suspicion dissolved. I turned my gaze back to Fettel. He smiled awkwardly. Now am I good enough to be your neighbor? I nodded brightly as if I had never doubted him. Yes, more than enough. For some reason Fettel and Liam both looked at me with the same weary eyes. And so, just like that, I gained my first new neighbor in this estate. Though it would be at most for a month. I look forward to it. I look forward to it even more. After shaking Fettel's hand, I felt somewhat better. Fettel was the kind of man one could like, someone who would not harm me and, should an unbearable intruder appear later, would willingly fight alongside me as a righteous knight. You're lucky. What's lucky? Don't pretend. I can see exactly what you're thinking, young descendant. In at most a month you'll be able to eat a perfect swordwalker's sword. For free. Of course, I would not deny there were other reasons as well. My new neighbor, the knight Fettel, truly was a good man. If you ever need my help for the sake of your sword's growth, come find me any time. Fettel said he would gladly spar with me whenever I wished. He even added that if I sought advice about the sword, he would offer his humble opinions. It was a tremendous favor. Normally such things would be done only for a reasonable price for a noble acquaintance. What work does a man with his death set before him have left to do? Honestly, I was getting tired of just watching sunsets anyway. Fettel laughed pleasantly. Besides, young Master Arhan's sword is fascinating. Or rather, should I say your heart is fascinating? Anyway, I think it will be a meaningful time for me as well. Though his smile was bright, there was also a shadow behind it. As death approaches, I find myself wanting to leave something in the world. And I thought if I taught young Master Arhan something, my trace would remain a little more clear in this world. Somehow, I think you will leave your name in this continent's history. When dawn broke, Fettel extinguished the fire and rose. I will not ask about the strange skill with which you wield the sword or that special heart of yours. Every human has their own circumstances. Moreover, asking first about circumstances the other has not revealed goes against a knight's honor. A knight always waits proudly for the other to open their heart first. For Fettel, honor came before curiosity. In that sense, Fettel was a different kind of person from me. Perhaps more of an adult. At any rate, that made Fettel an even more beneficial neighbor to me. Now your mana heart has settled, and you have become a sword beginner, but that did not mean I could simply grin foolishly. Then to move to a higher place you must step to a new stage. The road ahead was still long. It is time to eat a new sword, young descendant. Once I had begun to climb, I could not stop. Reminder: like what you hear. Please subscribe to El Naudio on YouTube and join our community. Chapter 11, Arena 1. By a new sword, you must mean Fettel's blade. Fettel's sword. That weapon would surely become good nourishment. It contained the time of a swordsman who had reached the realm of Swordwalker and a seasoned knight. But Liam only scoffed. Ridiculous. Young descendant, you are not yet at the level to eat that sword. If I'm not at the level, that ailing knight sword is far too large and heavy for you as you are now. It would take far too long to digest. Most importantly, wouldn't that waste an entire month? I stared blankly at Liam as I spoke. Since I've become a sword beginner, I thought I'd at least undergo special training for a month. Special training? Yes, I've developed enough flexibility and stamina, so I thought I'd now do the usual strength training swordsmen always go through. Or perhaps have you personally pass down swordsmanship to me. Ha, you still think with the eyes of an ordinary man. Liam burst into laughter with a pwee. Haven't I told you countless times? The Caravan family is special. We are not like the others. For those of us with steel blood flowing in our veins, mindless training is unnecessary. Caravan grows great within battle itself. Like a sword that grows harder the more it is hammered. Liam looked at me with chilling eyes. But battles with the intruders that come here no longer provide any nourishment. That's true. Fighting wild beasts would be better at this point. Then? Fortunately, in this broken-down Iron Kingdom, there are plenty of humans who desire struggle. Liam's gaze softened with nostalgia. I wonder if that culture still remains in the Iron Kingdom. A place where people gather without regard for status or birth, desiring nothing but blood and battle. A place more than enough to temper you. A crooked smile formed on Liam's lips. In my era, that place was called the Arena. Arena. A massive coliseum in the center of the Steel City, Firma, located in the Eastern Iron Kingdom. Battles of interest were always being held there. Racial duels, pitting warriors of different races against one another. Beast duels, where ferocious beasts fought to determine which was strongest. Wild duels, throwing man and beast together in deadly combat. No one knew who first designed it, but surely he was a man deeply versed in human nature. To determine what was stronger or who was superior, that was humanity's primal instinct. And so, this great coliseum had stood for centuries, hosting all manner of duels up to this very day. Among them, the most popular was the struggle duel. Fighters of all kinds rolled through the dirt, brawling like dogs, while spectators bet money on their chosen combatants. I heard it's still running prosperously even now. Of course it is. Human instinct never changes. Whoever designed it was a genius. Only, now they call it the arena instead of the arena of old. Well, with time, names changed. The arena of Liam's era had survived with only its name altered. If you go there, you'll have a rare experience. Nowhere else on the continent sees such mud-slinging brawls and such a diverse gathering of warriors. Is it really that big of a place? Yes. You've been stuck in this musty backwater, so of course you don't know. No, I've heard the name. I just didn't recognize it when you first said, arena. At that, Liam gave a wry chuckle. Asking if it's big already shows you're a country bumpkin. Young descendant. It was that coliseum that allowed Firma to be called the Steel City and rise as one of the Iron Kingdom's great metropolises. Well, hearing it wasn't the same as feeling it. Liam seemed to know that, for he explained no further. Instead, he repeated what he always said. Better than explanations is to see it yourself. Look with your own eyes and judge. The reason I had remained in this empty village and silent mansion until reaching the realm of sword beginner was twofold. First, I had felt no pressing need to leave. Second, I hated the idea of my precious space being defiled by intruders. Now you needn't worry. You have a reliable neighbor. As Liam said, the second reason was solved. Sir Fettel, I'll be away for a time. So until I return, I'd like you to guard this village from intruders defiling it. For such a request, as much as you need. Like the honorable knight he was, Fettel accepted my request. I will guard the masterless huts of this village. And as for that fine mansion where your precious memories must lie, I shall allow no one to enter. On my honor. Hearing a rigid knight stake his honor on it was reassuring. It was good to have trustworthy neighbors. Seeing Fettel's firm reply, Liam said, to fulfill your ambitions, you'll need your own growth, yes, but also strong allies. You can't guard everything alone. Unless you are as great as I am. That last part was unnecessary. If the records had survived, I wouldn't need to say such things. How irritating. Even as he joked, Liam wasn't wrong. The path ahead was long, and I couldn't reach the heavens if I shut myself away in this tiny domain. In the end, I had to venture into the wider world. And for that, I needed neighbors who could guard my cherished domain. Reliable, strong, compatible people. Well, don't worry too much. Why not? If you grow strong enough, people will gather around you. That is the law of the world. Sounded vague, but Liam was always right. Nodding, I finally left the village. It was the first time in my life I had traveled so far. Firma, the Steel City, was certainly one of the Iron Kingdom's greatest cities, far from this backwater hamlet. But I could not fear the journey. As I'd seen from the swordswoman Mary's memories, facing a wider world would be a great boon. Get on the carriage, child. With the sound of clattering hooves, the driver's "Hiya!" and the crack of the whip, I watched my domain recede, stroking the long, slender needle I had newly obtained to replace the broken one. After 5 days of carriage travel, I reached my destination, the Steel City, Firma, one of the Iron Kingdom's greatest cities and a holy land of swords, famed for its mastery of steel. All weapons of the Iron Kingdom were forged here, and all weapons found use here. And in its center stood the colossal Colosseum, arena, Firma's very symbol. Its size was so immense, it seemed impossible that humans had built it. This magnificent structure forever rang with both screams and cheers. It really is absurdly huge. Don't gape so much. You look like a yokel. I stood dumbfounded at the overwhelming size of the arena. But it wasn't only that. The entire city bustled more than anything I'd ever seen. Compared to my quiet domain, this crowded place was overwhelming. Merchants haggled prices, barkers pulled at passers-by, buyers shouted as they showed off new goods. Minstrels sang loudly in the streets with instruments in hand. Gypsies danced, enticing strangers to spend a night. Drunks grabbed collars and brawled in the roads. All manner of people tangled together in chaos. That's what caught my half-dazed eyes were the dwarves. Short as children but broad and stocky, with thick beards and faces smudged with soot. They laid out blades on the ground and bellowed. Weapons for those in need. Over here. It was my first time actually seeing another race. Dwarves. As numerous in the Iron Kingdom as humans, they dwelled in the middle slopes of the Sky Mountains. They were said to be born as friends of fire and steel, as if the gods had created them to be blacksmiths. They could handle burning iron without burns, create anything without instruction, and felt pure joy in crafting weapons or tools. In truth, calling them a different race was inaccurate, because it has been long since I've seen our kind. According to Liam, the Caravan family was of dwarf mixed blood, meaning half of my blood was also dwarven. So they've grown into dwarven youths. They must have come to show off the weapons they forged. Those are youths. They look like men in their 30s. Can't you see the boyishness in their faces? Look closely. To me, they all looked like grown men, but Liam clearly saw differently. He went on and on about how to tell dwarven ages, until noticing my boredom, he changed the subject. as expected of dwarves. Even the weapons made by youths are outstanding in quality. I'd like to wield a dwarven sword someday. You will. But not yet. It's far too soon. For now, I was barely managing the scraps of blades rolling in slums. Letting out a dry laugh, I turned my eyes from the dwarves' swords. The new environment had been fascinating at first, but soon it became exhausting. Searching for an inn for the night, I asked Liam, "So if I fight warriors in the arena and devour the swords of those I defeat, I'll quickly grow stronger, right?" That would... No, that won't do. No? Matches in the arena only ended when one's life was taken, and victors were entitled to the loser's gear as spoils. I thought naturally I'd consume them, but Liam shook his head. Such vile swords won't help you. Devouring any mismatched blade will only ruin you. If that path worked, I'd have told you to eat every sword in the slums already. Do that and you'll be devoured by the swords instead. You must not allow that. You must control the sword completely, not let the sword control you. To lose myself, that expression I somehow understood. Then what kind of swords should I eat? I couldn't yet see what was inside the blade by looking. Liam, noticing my troubled face, said, "Don't worry. Until your eyes open, I'll personally choose the swords for you." Reassuring words. So always give thanks that the great I am here to help you, child. Yes, sir. If only he hadn't added that last part. After wandering a while, I found a modest inn, paid coins, and spent the night. Despite the city, the inn was no better than trash. The bed was awful, the meal worse. When you become a swordmaster, you should challenge that rude innkeeper to an honor duel. I agree. Well, the lack was on my side, so it couldn't be helped. After a dreadful night, I left early in the morning for the arena. So many eager to fight. Even at dawn, a long line stretched before the arena. They weren't spectators but warriors filling out applications to compete. As I endured the tedium, Liam spoke. It will be thrilling. I too often recall those fiery days in the arena. Like the old man he was, Liam rambled about his past, but thankfully it helped pass the time. Soon the line shrank, and led by guards, I entered to find a kindly-faced receptionist. And then, here to participate in the matches? Yes. Then please show your medal first. A term I hadn't heard before. Blinking, I quickly turned to Liam. He, with a straight face, said, "In my day, there was no such thing. Damn it." Reminder. If you're enjoying the narration, a subscription to Audio would mean a lot to us. Chapter 12, Arena 2. I was a bumpkin who had lived his whole life in a village known even among backwaters as a backwater, so I hadn't known. And my master was an old man who had vanished into history hundreds of years ago, so he hadn't known either. You don't have a medal? To participate in the matches of the arena, one needed an item called a medal. It must be your first time visiting. If you don't have a medal, you'll need to have one issued and come back. Without a medal, I can't give you an application form. The receptionist wore a friendly face as she said something that was utter bullshit. She rambled on about why medals were necessary and how the arena was run, but I, standing dumbly, cut straight to the point. Then I have to line up again? That's right. Looking back, the long line that had stretched out since dawn hadn't shrunk at all. It had grown even longer, and I was supposed to wait through all that again? With a grandpa who never shut up about old stories I didn't even care about? Don't give me that irreverent look. I didn't know either. The receptionist looked at me like I was a country hick. On her smiling face, I could almost see the words, "There's actually some idiot who doesn't even know you need a medal to register for the arena." Dropping my shoulders, I let out a deep sigh. Ha! Damn it. I told you before. Stop it. Damn. Medals were coin-shaped pieces divided into black, white, platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. Classified as black medal, white medal, platinum medal, gold medal, and so forth, these items hadn't existed in Liam's time. The reason for their birth was simple. It wasn't like this before. Whether it was some northern barbarian with a blood-soaked axe or a trembling noble clutching a sword, they shoved them all into the ring with their mugs of beer. That was centuries ago. Unlike the brutal days of the arena of old, this battlefield had grown too big. For hundreds of years it had consistently raked in profit, enough to turn a minor city into a major metropolis, making it a famous and symbolic place. Even if the Iron Kingdom was full of lunatics, there was no way fights to the death could continue endlessly for centuries. Over time, fighters wanted to leave matches alive even if they lost, and audiences wanted real, fierce fights rather than anticlimactic battles ending in a single blow due to mismatched strength. Thus, medals were created, so that absurd pairings like a sword beginner versus a sword runner would never occur, so that clueless novices wouldn't be matched against seasoned veterans. Simply put, they standardized weight classes: black against black, platinum against platinum, gold against gold, to ensure fights worth watching. Losers fight losers, masters fight masters. Wasn't that more entertaining? So in short, the times have changed. I looked at Liam as I spoke. And I've also heard that these days, even when fighters win, they don't usually take their opponent's life. They might stage the killing, but if they actually kill, they'll draw grudges and condemnation. Humph, what is this, a bard's play put on at some tavern? While Liam mocked what the arena had become, we arrived at the office where medals were issued. Unlike the friendly receptionist, the man behind the desk had a rough, menacing face. Here to get a medal? Ah, yes. The man spoke with a bored expression, digging in his ear. Got anything to prove your identity? No. Then any respectable career? Experience with a knight order? Belonged to a notable guild and carried out quests? If not, at least fought in a small war? If not that either, then at the very least an academy diploma. I have none of those. After my second no, the man let out a sneering chuckle, looking at me with disdain. His gaze made me bristle. Looks about right. His next words stung even more. But what stung the most was, here, take it, the medal that suits you best. What he handed me was a filthy, stained bronze medal. Or rather, not bronze. Shit-colored. Master, you don't need to say it out loud. And so I received a bronze medal. Bronze. The very bottom of the medal ranks. Since I had no means of proving my skill, it was only natural. Perhaps it was even fitting. After all, it had been only a month since I first held a sword properly under Liam, and I had just become a sword beginner novice. I sent this better than being slaughtered instantly by an opponent beyond your level. Well, Liam wasn't wrong, and so I completed my registration at the arena with bronze rank. They told me the bronze duels would begin tonight. That's true. With time to spare until the match, I wandered around the arena, absent-mindedly stroking the hilt of the needle at my waist. I had nothing particular to do, no money for entertainment, and most of all, I didn't like the noisy, unfamiliar atmosphere. Truly, I preferred my home village. Quiet, peaceful, filled with treasured memories. This battle will be a good experience. Will it? Yes. You've never fought an opponent on your own level, have you? Thinking about it, that was true. The intruders were far below you, and that wheezing knight, Fettle, was far above you. An overwhelming foe you couldn't handle. That's right. So you've never yet used your true talent properly. True talent? I gave Liam a questioning look. Suspicion. Your inborn paranoia, nearly an illness. You'll learn soon enough how sharp a weapon that can be. My suspicion had often helped me in the past. In many ways, so it would work even more dramatically against equal opponents. I still couldn't clearly picture it. As I mused, Liam spoke. Young descendant, what is that? Yes. When I looked, he was staring intently to the left. Following his gaze, I saw a wall adorned with ornate designs. Displayed there like decorations were countless swords. Beneath each blade were names scrawled in flowing script. While I gazed blankly at the swords, someone approached. Young lord, you've discovered the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor? The speaker was an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed neatly like a gentleman. Through his monocle a kindly gaze shone. He gave the impression of being this place's curator. These displayed weapons belong to warriors who achieved great feats in the arena. Their edges are dulled, their steel worn from use, so they hold little value as arms. But we keep them here to honor their spirit. Ah! If you have any questions, please ask freely. I am the curator of this glorious place. Call me Tom. My guess was right. The smile of Curator Tom was gentle, reassuring. The kind of face that looked ready to share words of blessing. As I relaxed, Liam spoke. Boy, ask him how you might take one of those swords. Whether you can receive one, or purchase one. I glanced at Liam. He added, there is a sword there exactly suited for you. Devouring it would help greatly. Ah, I see. I nodded and quickly spoke to Tom. This Hall of Honor truly feels historically significant. Just gazing at the equipment they once wielded, I can feel the passion, the fighting spirit, the undying courage of those warriors rising in my own chest. Haha, you're quite discerning, young lord. Collectors would certainly covet these. If I were one, I'd long for them as well. To see blades that ignite a man's heart just by looking, what jewels could compare? Aren't they magnificent? The words flowed without a drop of sincerity. Watching Tom's reactions carefully, guided by my suspicion, I said exactly what he'd like. Sure enough, Tom smiled warmly and spoke freely. I listened enough, then slipped in my real question. Might there be a way to obtain one of those swords? Ah, of course there is. Perhaps my flattery had worked. Tom answered gladly. Warriors who prove themselves earn the right to claim a sword from the hall, according to the color of their metal. Could you tell me more? Tom nodded. Each time your metal changes color, you may take one sword. What a splendid keepsake, don't you think? Perfect. The moment I heard that, my goal became clear. I must earn a silver medal. I had to, before I returned to the village. So beyond merely raising my skill as a sword beginner, I now had a clear purpose. By winning victories and proving myself, my medal would change color. And with each change came a reward. To others it was a souvenir, to me the most precious prize. Looks like you'll be coming to the arena often. You'll need to keep raising your level and taking useful swords whenever you can. It's called the arena now, not the arena of old. I corrected him, but Liam ignored me and rambled on. Those blades in the Hall of Honor are like a treasure vault for you. So many are filled with golden memories. Seems there are improvements in this era after all. So the Hall of Honor hadn't existed in Liam's time. As I stretched, Liam spoke. If it were up to me, I'd steal them all. But that curator old man wasn't ordinary. Not ordinary? I didn't sense anything. Of course you didn't. The gap was too wide. Liam looked at me as I stretched further. That old man wore armor, even if only half complete. Armor? Meaning? Sword expert. Sword expert. Just below Swordmaster, a terrifying class ruling the battlefield as gods of war. My eyes widened. I didn't bother asking why such a monster worked as a curator. Though Liam loved jokes, he never lied about swords. Never. Liam said, "We'll have to rob the Hall of Honor much later." I wanted to ask why robbing it was already a given, but had no time for nitpicking. By the time I'd finished stretching, a guard with a spear entered. He spoke in a flat tone matching his blank face. Ready? Yes. It was time for my debut match in the arena. Reminder, your support means a lot. Please consider subscribing to Elnaudio on YouTube if you like these chapters. Chapter 13, Arena 3. Before I entered the circular arena, a strange old woman asked me a question. Fighter, what name will you use in the arena? It was a rather abrupt question. When I looked puzzled, the old woman added, You are unfamiliar with this place, aren't you? In the arena, no one uses their real name. Here, everyone casts aside everything from the outside world and exists only as a fighter. That's why they all give themselves new names. A new name. At her words, several names briefly crossed my mind. Strong and magnificent names, elegant words often found in bard songs, or stylish foreign phrases. Is that so? But in the end, I chose only one name. A name erased from history, yet once greater than anyone, stronger than anyone. A name once praised by all as the sword itself. A name I had heard to the point of exhaustion from my father since childhood. When I spoke that name, the old woman furrowed her brow. Is it from some night novel? I've never heard of such a word. To her question, I simply grinned. I looked at my teacher floating in the air. For some reason, he wore a peculiar expression. The old woman muttered, Liam, a peculiar alias. And in that moment, the boy Arhan vanished. In his place, the gladiator Liam stood anew. No one expected much from matches between bronze medal holders. Such matches were usually slotted in as fillers to let the audience rest between bigger, more thrilling battles, or to kill time if the main events were delayed. Their eyes are filled with boredom. I had already heard of this, but hearing it and experiencing it firsthand were vastly different. I read the faces of the spectators seated high in the circular arena. Boredom, irritation, deep sighs, a hint of anger. Many hurled jeers and boos, demanding this pathetic match end quickly so they could get to the fights they wanted to see. Boo! Instead of fervent cheers, applause, and roaring shouts, there were jeers and ridicule. To be a fighter with no expectations placed on him was miserable. I looked around at the sand spread across the wide circular arena, at the dust rising, at the countless blurred silhouettes of the crowd beyond the haze. The sky had darkened into evening, and instead of blazing sunlight, there was only the soft glow of moonlight and starlight. This is how the weak are treated in the Iron Kingdom. It is a land ruled by the law of strength. I pulled the rusty, heavy helmet over my head. This helmet was a tradition carried over since the days of the old arena. Fighters wore them to conceal their faces, to exist only as fighters. Wearing this filthy old helmet hasn't changed a bit from the old days. A musty smell wafted out as the helmet pressed tightly onto my head. It was suffocating just enough. The helmet's heavy weight sank onto my neck. I swung my head side to side, adjusting to the pressure, then got used to the narrowed vision. When the process was complete, I drew needle from my waist. That long, slender blade had become familiar in my hand. The moment I gripped its hilt, my heartbeat calmed. Over the steady rhythm of my heart, another heart began to beat, slow and deliberate. The mana heart was readying itself for the fight to come. Young descendant. Yes, now that you fight under my name, you must not suffer even a single defeat. His words strangely eased my tension. I intend to. I did not find the lack of expectation pitiful. Rather, it was a familiar feeling. It had always been like this. Arhan, at least you must run away. Flee far from here. My son, please. No one had ever expected anything of me. Curse your family. To think the caravan still clings to life on this continent. My hated enemy dismissed me. He took everything from me before my eyes, yet spared my life only to spit those cruel words. Curse my family. Young master, you must forget. Only then can you survive. The butler, the nanny, even my mother, they all told me to run. To forget. To treat it as if it had never happened. Only then could I live as a human. No one expected anything of me. My vengeance, they thought, was nothing but a child's vain fantasy. So this situation of being ignored and dismissed was far too familiar. Perhaps that's why the rookie gladiator Liam and his opponent, the massive warrior with 3 consecutive victories, Temur. A streak of desire rose within me. Let us now begin this match between novice fighters, to become, even for a fleeting moment, the shining star of the circular arena, drawing all eyes and cheers. This sacred duel is dedicated to the goddess of justice, Lady Referee. My first opponent's name was Temur. As his introduction, the massive warrior suggested, his build was enormous. Seeing him reminded me of a bear I'd once glimpsed as a child. And compared to him, my body was thin and small even next to ordinary men. My build was delicate, almost feminine, and my weapon, a thin blade better called a needle, was a stark contrast to Temur's massive greatsword. To the audience, the victor was already decided. The difference in physique and weapon was too stark. To them, this must look less like a gladiatorial duel and more like a wild match, man against beast. Liam? What a shitty name, brat. Even I could see it. Temur, with his heavy footfalls and savage grin, looked closer to an ogre than a man. I'll make you an offer. Throw away that ridiculous sword and helmet, and dance to the clap of my hands. Then I'll be merciful and let you live. It was blatant mockery. I lowered my voice and spoke. I heard in today's arena matches it's an unspoken rule not to take each other's lives. It is an unspoken rule. But me, the 3 fighters I've beaten so far, I snapped every one of their necks with my bare hands. Through the slit of my helmet, I saw the madness glinting in Temer's eyes. An unspoken rule is not an absolute law, boy. Back in the Zernia Mountains where I was born and raised, men who lost a duel had to die. Surviving after losing was considered shameful. But you're so pitiful. Snapping your neck wouldn't even be fun. Better to use you for some amusement. Shake that girlish body of yours and give us all a laugh. From his words, I gleaned that he was a barbarian from the mountains. Zernia Mountains. Likely one of the ranges in the Northern Iron Kingdom. With that clue, my suspicion began. I studied his muscles. That's not a body forged by systematic training. His muscles bulged like a wild beast's, but they lacked balance. They were formed by a harsh life, not discipline. His large frame came from natural bone structure, not refined conditioning. They were not the armor-like muscles of true northern warriors. No need to target only vital weak spots. Wherever I stab, I can make a hole. The human body was imperfect. One hole in the wrong place and it crumbles. Temer's body was not as formidable as it seemed, but suspicion never stopped. Why the taunt? Was he really uninterested? No. Every word and action has a reason. I focused on his taunt. Give up and I'll let you live. And the fact that he had already fought 3 matches. This barbarian had not reached the realm of the superhuman, which meant he must have accumulated damage. That was what humans were. My suspicions stripped away the facade. Beneath the shell was a battered man, injured somewhere, exhausted after 3 fights. What I had to do was simple. Find the weakness, and bite down relentlessly. Call me coward if they wish. I'll make you an offer too. To everyone, I was the weaker one. Perhaps it was no prejudice, it might even be the truth. I didn't even think I was strong. Take back what you said. Take back calling my name pathetic. So I would fight as the weak do. I was no knight. Not the process, only the result mattered. That was my sword. That was my weapon. Then I'll give you a painless death. I deliberately acted the part of a spoiled, trembling young noble, pride-wounded, voice shaking. And it worked. Temer sneered, glancing at the crowd for their reaction. And, ha, this brat. I didn't miss the opening. Grah! My hand shot out like lying. Needle pierced its mark. Blood sprayed. Af! 2 of Temer's fingers, those gripping his great sword, dropped to the sand. His face twisted in pain as his massive sword wavered. Already huge and unwieldy, it was impossible to hold properly with just 3 fingers. You little shit! Blue energy wavered around Temer. Unlike the intruders who had once come to my village, Temer was a seasoned fighter, with 3 victories under his belt. He was also a sword beginner. But instead of pressing forward, I kicked up sand with my foot. Dust clouded the air. Temer coughed harshly. Then I focused. Why you? I'll rip you apart. Through the haze I saw it, his stance faltering. Each time his right foot touched the ground, his knee wobbled, his ankle trembled. My suspicion had been correct. He was injured, his right leg. The moment I confirmed it, I targeted only that side. Forced him to fight on it. I would not fight him head-on. I would bleed him out slowly, strike with needle again and again, draining his strength. I did not let my guard down. I was weak. One blow and I would be broken. This long, slender blade and I were the same. Urgh! His swings grew slower. His right leg shook visibly. Sweat poured down his face. His breath broke. His mana heart faltered. You dishonorable wretch! I'll say it once more. Take back what you said about my name. Temer glared at me, but I only aimed needle at him, twirling its point now and then at his hand or knee. The standoff was wholly in my favor. His greatsword was heavy, his body bleeding and injured, draining strength just by standing. Meanwhile, I was unhurt, conserving stamina. Finally, he croaked. I take it back. So now, his voice had no strength. The loss of will was palpable. That moment, the memories of the lady mercenary I had fully digested stirred. Her way of finishing off an enemy cornered. My lips moved. I'll make you another offer. My mouth twisted in a mocking smile. Throw away that ridiculous sword and helmet, and dance to my clap. Then I'll spare your life. It was his own words, thrown back at him. Why you? His face flushed red, eyes bloodshot, screaming. He looked ready to charge. I raised my foot as if to kick sand again. The instant he saw it, he instinctively leaned back. The memory of the earlier sand blinded him. He even shut his eyes for a moment. And that ended the fight. Coo! Needle shot out like lying, piercing his right leg. Not one stab, but many like stitches. The sounds of thread pulling through cloth echoed as muscles and nerves tore. His leg collapsed. Aff! He flailed his greatsword, but it was wild, weak, off balance. I didn't dodge. I inhaled deeply. The steel heart thundered. Hoo! Mana surged around me. I thrust Needle head-on into his swing. Clang! Needle deflected his greatsword sharply. Then I kicked his chest. Thud! The giant toppled helplessly into the dirt. I planted my foot on his chest. Needle aimed at his throat. But I didn't strike. Instead, I looked to the stands. I was asking them, live or die? Silence filled the arena. Then a voice cried out, damn! I bet on the kid and it paid off tenfold. With that, cheers erupted. Liam! 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 For a moment, I became the star of the arena. The one no one expected, now their hero. As I listened to the cheers, joy mixed with bitterness. I wished for this once before. When I had bought a crossbow and sought vengeance on the Swordmaster, I had dreamed of slaying him and saving everyone myself. It was a boy's foolish fantasy. Reality was cruel. I lost everything, unable to save anyone. In the crowd's faces, I saw illusions. My dead villagers, my parents, the butler and nanny who left me. Faces, glowing with pride and tears of joy. But it was just a stupid fantasy. They were gone. I had failed. That is why I must become stronger. No, why I could not afford not to. The little gladiator, Liam, the little gladiator. That was the first nickname I earned in the arena. In the 2 days after, I fought 3 more matches. For duels in 3 days. But it was no problem. I fought efficiently, ended fights without dragging them too long, and took no real injuries. It was thanks to suspicion, never allowing the smallest variable. Now I was beginning to understand Liam's words. That suspicion was a talent. After my 4th victory, I returned to register for my 5th match. That was when the receptionist spoke to me. You're the little gladiator, right? Yes. The arena has decided that a bronze medal no longer suits you. As always, she smiled kindly. You've been offered a chance to fight for the silver medal. Would you be interested? Reminder. Wishing you a wonderful day. If you enjoy this content, please consider subscribing to Elnaudio on YouTube. Chapter 14, Genius 1. To hang a new color of metal in the arena, there was one essential condition. Fitting for a place that worshipped Referee, the goddess of justice and struggle, a fighter had to undergo a duel they prescribed. Here, everything was decided through duels. People called it the promotion match. It won't be a difficult duel. For the little gladiator, this could be considered an opportunity. Once you wear the silver medal, not only will you be able to fight at a far higher level than before, but the arena will also pay you a stipend. That means you could even live off being a fighter from now on. As the receptionist said, the silver medal was a standard in the arena. Just as she explained, it was indeed an opportunity for me. I could engage in more valuable fights, and more importantly, I could select a new sword to consume from the Hall of Fame. So I said, I'd like to hear about the promotion match I must take for the silver medal. There was no option to refuse. The receptionist likely expected that answer from me. The promotion match you'll face is simple. Her eyes glimmered faintly as she spoke. You don't need to defeat your opponent. Just 3 minutes. Survive for 3 minutes, that's all. She held up 3 fingers with a smile. That smile was polite, but I caught something unsettling in it. If you survive, you'll be awarded the silver medal. My suspicion read the emotion hidden behind her smile. It was malice. I had almost forgotten, lulled by her plain impression fit for any guild or inn. But the truth came rushing back. This was still the arena. No matter how its name had changed from the old Colosseum, it was full of madmen starving for blood and battle. Even if it looks a little pathetic, struggle desperately, and you should be able to last. The invisible madness in the arena was as thick as air. That was when Liam spoke. It's rookie stomping. In our day, they called it an execution. They pit fighters like you, who fight safely and without bravado, against overwhelming powerhouses, to humiliate you. You may survive, but your pride will be shredded. Humiliation. I could already guess why such a match had been chosen as my promotion. Among the arena spectators, some were sincerely impressed by my victories, but others disliked me for always fighting efficiently and winning without injury. As my name spread, even other fighters cast me wary looks, as though they wanted to see me crushed one day, to watch my needle snap, to see me crawl across the ground like a dog, begging for my life. It was blatant, foul malice, and the arena offered this promotion match to sate their desires. Young descendant, you don't have to accept it if you don't wish to. They'll spread nasty rumors either way, claiming you fled from a duel. But another chance will come soon. Your skill is beyond the bronze medal. Liam's words were comforting. But if you avoid this fight now, you'll avoid many more hard battles in the future. He didn't stop there. To reach the heights you aim for, you'll face countless battles. Most of them will be against foes stronger than you. If you run from those fights each time, you will never become hardened. Never. He was not a kind master who only said what I wanted to hear. Liam was harsh, realistic, and cold. Like steel, like a sword. There has never been a caravan who fled from a duel. Caravans become great through battle. I already knew that, having heard it endlessly before. So my answer to the receptionist's proposal was already decided. I'll do it. My road ahead was still too long. There was no time to step back. Whatever came, I had to face it head-on. I would no longer run. My promotion match would be held 2 evenings later. Back at the inn, the first thing I did was check my condition. Fortunately, I had no real injuries from my fight so far. Just a few scratches on my arm and ankle. It was thanks to efficient fighting. Others might call it cowardly or disgraceful, but for a fighter who must duel again and again, it was the most reasonable way. I think my condition is fine, of course. And what comes next? Know myself and know my enemy. That was the basis of combat. To fight an unknown foe was a gamble. If I could learn even a little, I should. That way, I could use suspicion to uncover weaknesses and envision the battle. Excellent. Liam acknowledged my method. Someone as untalented and weak as you must fight this way. I was so great from the beginning that no one could stand before me, so I had no need for such things. Yes, you're wonderful. He always added something unnecessary. I left the room and ordered a simple meal. Bread and soup. The inn food was, as always, terrible. While dipping the hard bread into the bland soup, I overheard something I couldn't ignore. They say in 2 days, the little gladiator Liam will be crushed. That weakling who wiggles like a girl? Aha, I'll be sure to watch that match. I never liked him. They were talking about me. Shouldn't a fighter meet his opponent head-on? But he prances around with that skinny body, poking with a twig. Disgusting. I can't wait to see him grovel like a dog. They should rip his helmet off so everyone can see his face. If I meet him in the street, I'll beat him half to death. Public opinion of me was far from good. I silently chewed my soup-soaked bread. Not from fear. The reason was simple. Conversations like this always led to useful information. So, who's his opponent? They call her the Black Bride. That kid is finished. No need to even guess the result. The Black Bride. I knew that name. What mattered was what came next. Didn't she graduate from a prestigious academy? She's a monster who's never lost a match with a silver medal. They say even a gold medal wouldn't be undeserved. A terrifying fighter. A female swordsman who reached the realm of Swordwalker before turning 20. Thanks to Drunkard's chatter, I gained valuable information on my opponent. And then, oh, young descendant, the arena has set you up nicely. If I recall, you once put it in more vulgar words yourself. Liam smirked. You're screwed. You don't need to say it aloud. I know. Yes, I was screwed. The academy, an institution where those who wished to learn swordsmanship gathered. An elite course for those with the talent to become swordsmen. Graduates were automatically eligible to become knights, and their diplomas could open doors to many groups. They were proven talents. They studied structured swordsmanship, trained under a curriculum, accumulated battle experience, and learned from centuries of tradition. Even among sword beginners, an academy graduate and a self-taught beginner had a massive gap. But now there was even a difference in the realm. I was a rookie sword beginner who had only just taken up the blade. My opponent was a seasoned sword walker. The outcome was clear in that sentence alone. The only fortunate point was that I only needed to survive 3 minutes, not win. Even surviving 3 minutes will not be easy. Is that so? Yes. This black bride is weaker than that coughing knight. Fettle. That stubborn fool was among the top sword walkers. Liam said it lightly. But there is one difference. That knight spared you out of honor. But this fighter will not. You will learn how terrifying the roads of a sword walker truly are. Countless roads will pierce your limbs. You'll lose your arms and legs, crawling like a dog, begging for life. Thank you for the vivid warning. Damn it, I couldn't deny him. I knew firsthand. Sword walkers were far beyond me. If one came to kill me seriously, I could not resist. Even with Mary's memories fully absorbed, the superhuman realm was still distant, and perhaps my opponent knew it too. The morning after I accepted the promotion, a visitor came to my inn. You're the little gladiator, Liam? In the quiet inn of the late morning, a girl my height stood blocking the entrance. She was peculiar. Her hair and eyes were pitch black, yet her skin was pale as snow. I replied, "You must be mistaken. I already knew many resented me. There was no need to confirm my identity." I tried to pass her, but she didn't move. Give up tomorrow's match. The arena wants to humiliate you. I intend to meet their expectations. I'll take an arm, maybe more if you resist. So don't show up. Let me spare you from destroying your future. I froze at her words. The meaning was obvious. So was her identity. The Black Bride. My opponent in the promotion match. As that thought formed, suspicion surged. I began to see what was hidden. Behind her beautiful, delicate appearance lay killing intent. She stood casually, yet there were no openings. I noticed the sword at her waist. Instinct told me, if she drew it, I'd be dead before I could move. And I felt it. The second heart beneath her left breast. Bristling with countless spines, like a chesed burr. The jagged roads around it. Proof she was a sword walker. The difference in realms struck me harder face to face. She seemed to feel it too. Hearing the rumors, I wasn't sure. But now, seeing you, if you fight me tomorrow, you'll be destroyed. You cannot be my opponent. Ever. She glared at me for a moment, then turned to leave. Be wise. From your matches, you don't seem like a fool. Even after she left, I stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. Liam's voice broke the silence. A talent too rare for this era. He said it plainly. A genius. Even from rumors, the Black Bride had been terrifying. Meeting her in person, she was even more so. I couldn't even imagine beating her. Common sense said running away was best. To risk an arm for pride would be idiocy. But the moment I swore vengeance on the continent's greatest swordmaster, my life had already left the path of common sense. There is only one way, and there was one piece of luck. One sword will not be enough to face her. The blood in my body was not normal. You must consume another sword before the fight. Steel blood flowed in my veins. Hugh! I exhaled deeply and stepped forward. The arena glowed bright under the night sky. The crowd roared at whatever match was underway. Amid that background of cheers, I walked. "You've returned, young lord." The caretaker Tom welcomed me at the Hall of Fame. "You must be truly captivated by this place." I grinned without shame. "Of course." "Ah, if it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to ask you a favor." Now, time for a frontal breakthrough. Reminder: thank you for listening. If you wish to support us, a subscription to El Naudio on YouTube would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 15, Genius. 2. You are a genius. It was something I had grown sick of hearing since I was young. Cadet Seol Yoon, you are a genius. Genius. Yes, that was the other name of the girl, Seol Yoon. They say in the central plains of the eastern continent there are countless people gifted in martial arts, but it seems that wasn't just nonsense. Her other name was what allowed her black hair and black eyes to become a mark of uniqueness rather than a flaw in this foreign continent. From the very first moment she grasped a sword, Seol Yoon knew. The instant she held that blade, she was someone special compared to others. In time, everyone will come to know your name. She graduated at the top of her class from Temple, one of the 3 great academies of the Iron Kingdom. She received countless love calls from knight orders, and renowned swordsmen extended their hands, offering to become her teacher. Yet for some reason, none of that stirred her interest. Seol Yoon wanted to see the wider world. She wanted to know how far her sword could take her. She was curious, too, whether the legend passed down in her hometown on the edge of the eastern continent was real. Seol Yoon. They say if one's swordsmanship reaches the heavens, one can ascend to paradise. There, those you cherished will be waiting for you, and it will be filled with sweet happiness. To reach the heavens, Seol Yoon believed it wasn't right to lean on others or belong to a group. Like the immortals of legend, to ascend she must achieve everything alone. Happiness. She wondered about that sweet happiness said to exist in paradise. She also wondered if her precious people would truly be there. Her family and neighbors who had given her love, those warm people she could no longer see. The legend might be absurd, but Seol Yoon still believed in it. That was why Seol Yoon came to the arena. Fighter, what name will you use? Black Bride. In this place overflowing with blood and struggle, no one could stop her sword. Yet, as she began to feel a faint boredom even here, a proposal soaked in sordid desire arrived. Trample some upstart sword beginner, and thoroughly? Yes, if it's you, surely you can. It was far from a pleasing request, but the planners of the arena were thorough as always. If you accept, we'll gift you the dragon sword of the eastern continent from our vault. From what I hear, that weapon holds deep meaning to swordsmen of the East. That was an offer she could not refuse. So, the best Seol Yoon could do after accepting was to seek out that poor gladiator and urge him to surrender. The small gladiator Liam looked just as his nickname suggested, small and weak. Give up tomorrow's match. She sincerely hoped he would. She prayed that this fledgling swordsman would not step into the match, that her sword would not have to mercilessly crush him. Because if we meet blade to blade, I cannot show mercy. Looking up at the moon hanging in the night sky, Seol Yoon once again wished. But reality never flows as one wishes. In front of the Hall of Fame, Tom stood smiling kindly. When he heard my words, he stroked his chin once and then replied, "What kind of request?" "As you may know, tomorrow I face a promotion match where my medal will change. From bronze to silver." Tom smiled at my words. "Congratulations. You've seized a fine opportunity." I nodded and said, "Yes, it's a good opportunity. A chance to fight greater battles and prove myself. Isn't it?" "Indeed. But the match before me is truly harsh. I must duel a gladiator far stronger than I am. The great goddess referee said that struggling against powerful foes is the greatest glory. But as a mere frail human, I fear tomorrow's duel." At my words, Tom looked pained. "Oh, so the arena's cruel prank has fallen on you. Rising fighters often suffer a harsh blow once or twice. How unfortunate. May I give you some advice? You who appreciate historic Weapons and honor the grease of goddess referee. I would hate to see you collapse in vain. By all means. Tom spoke with a truly sorrowful voice. Sometimes avoiding a struggle is the wise choice. Goddess referee always said to face the waves no matter how huge, but we are not as great as she is. At times, it is fine to hide until the wave passes. I bit my lip for a moment in hesitation, then shook my head. I moved my face muscles to form a determined expression. I cannot. As a fighter who prays to goddess referee, avoiding battle is unthinkable. I am grateful for your advice, but I intend to face it head-on. You are truly admirable. Tom let out an exclamation as though genuinely moved. After carefully reading his expression, I spoke. So there is something I would like to ask. What is it? Struggle is always uncertain, isn't it? I believe there's a chance tomorrow I may die. I intend to fight with all my might without fleeing, just as goddess referee always said. I smiled faintly, with eyes tinged in sadness. Enough for Tom to feel sympathy for me. Dying in glorious battle does not frighten me, for I will go to goddess referee. But I need a little courage. So, if the caretaker permits, I wish to enjoy in advance one of the honors I would receive with a silver medal. In advance? Yes, the right to take one of the swords from the Hall of Fame as a memento. Tonight, I want to receive the spirit of those great fighters who came before me. I spoke with eyes brimming as if I might cry. If I survive, then I will be granted the silver medal anyway, so there will be no issue. And if I die, then you may retrieve my sword from the inn, and there will still be no issue. Ah! If my request is too greedy, then please pretend you didn't hear it. It's just, I only needed a pinch of courage. Tom's eyes welled as though my words had moved him. After a brief silence, he said, Normally, absolutely not. Never. But I, Tom, caretaker of the Hall of Fame, a man who has long loved this place, cannot ignore you. I will grant your request. Will it be all right? What if this causes you trouble? Tom shook his head. It's fine. I may look shabby, but I am more respected than you think. To a fine young man like you, I can give this much courage. Gladly. Truly. Thank you so much. No need. Seeing such a fine youth in so long, it makes me tearful. Getting old just makes one sentimental. Tom sniffled, eyes red. In the midst of that warm exchange, Liam spoke. Even if your arms and legs get cut off, you won't starve. You could crawl into a tavern and make a fortune as an actor. Well, as always, I ignored him. I embraced Tom warmly, then chose one sword from the Hall of Fame and brought it back to the inn. It was a blade Liam himself had picked for me, one that would be of immediate help. Master, are you certain this will really help me? Yes. For your body and style right now, it is most suitable. Don't doubt. Just eat it. I placed the blade in the fire and heated it until it glowed red. Watching the steel redden, I remembered what Tom had said. Since it's an old sword, let me tell you the proper way to preserve it. Wouldn't it be sad if the blade dulled? This is my personal method of care. If he saw this sight, Tom would surely scream, foam at the mouth, and collapse. Forgive me. After a brief apology, I pulled the blade from the fire. Before putting it into my mouth, I inspected it one last time. My second sword was a short dagger just the size of my palm. A weapon more likely used by assassins of the free city than swordsmen. Its name was intuitive. Fongda. JH. I clenched my eyes shut and once more apologized silently to Tom. Then I bit down and chewed the blade, swallowing it. As before, unbearable pain swept over me. From throat to esophagus to stomach, agony burned through me as my whole body grew feverishly hot. Kehek. Kuhuk. With violent coughs. A splitting headache surged as if my eyes would burst. My breath poured out like fire. Alongside the torment, memories from the blade surged up. Memories that were not mine. The old master of the sword, Fong, and his past. The free city, Crowley, lived up to nothing of its name. We citizens knew well, it had long since lost its freedom. To reclaim freedom, someone had to stain their hands with blood. The sun set and crimson twilight bled across the sky, darkness soon draping over it. The moon peeked out as people finished their day, chattering loudly and clinking beer mugs. And tonight, the loudest clinking of mugs in the iron city of Firma, as always, came from the arena. Even at night, it never darkened, always brilliantly lit. The colossal circular coliseum was packed with an excited crowd. Under dazzling lights, a fighter with long black hair entered the sand-covered grounds. Black Bride. Black Bride. The fighter, the Black Bride. The girl Seol Yoon looked at the crowd with heavy eyes. The spectators' cheers, dripping with crude desire, sickened her. At the same time, she despised herself for standing here, hoping for the arena's reward. Please let him have withdrawn. Looking up at the rising moon, she wished again. But what she wished for did not happen. Her opponent, the small gladiator, Liam, from the opposite gate, a small boy entered, wearing a helmet. Through the dust, I could see the long, slender blade in his hand. My trademark weapon, the needle. Ah, foolish child. Seol Yoon could not hide her dismay as she slowly drew her beloved sword. Bathed in moonlight, it glowed blue. A thick stench of blood spread the moment the blade was bared. It had cut down countless lives and now eagerly awaited battle. I warned him enough. Yes, I did enough. The boy approached. Seol Yoon steadied her breathing. With a thud, her mana heart pulsed, and the road, spreading from her second heart, glimmered, granting her frail body the strength of a superhuman. And then, she sensed something strange. The gladiator Liam seemed different. What is this? His muscles, his frame, even the jawline beneath the helmet were the same. What has changed? Narrowing her eyes, she stared until her gaze met his. The boy's eyes were completely different from when she saw him at the inn. As if only the shell was the same but the soul had been swapped. Were his eyes always that sharp? His gaze was cold as ice, like the assassins of the free city who lived amidst blood and death. Then she saw it. The boy held another weapon in his opposite hand. A dagger. And the moment she recognized it, his form seemed to waver, distort. And for a brief instant, she saw him not as a boy in a helmet, but as an assassin wearing a ragged hood, living in the shadows. A stench of blood radiated off him, suffocating. What is this? It was something she had never seen before. As her bewilderment grew, a voice rang out. Small gladiator Liam. His opponent, the undefeated gladiator, the Black Bride. Unease spread thick in her chest. Now, the fighter's duel will begin. It was a murderous aura unlike anything she had ever felt. This sacred duel shall be dedicated to the goddess referee, guardian of justice. And so, in the midst of nameless dread, the duel began. Reminder: we hope you are having a great time listening. For more stories, please subscribe to Elnaudio on YouTube. Chapter 16, Genius 3. The free city of Crowley did not live up to its name. For me and for its citizens, this city had long since lost its freedom. Crowley was one of the 6 free cities that had split from the now-fallen Grid Republic. It was once a city that revered freedom, a city that strictly banned slavery. Each year countless tourists came to admire its jewel-like glittering coast, and it was known as a land overflowing with milk and honey, a home for all. In the past, people of the continent had called Crowley paradise. But no matter how history recorded this city, we did not live in the past. We lived in the present, and the present Crowley was a wretched land that fit neither the title of free city nor the nickname of paradise. Please, spare a single coin, just one. The masters who ruled Crowley's politics were corrupt, and the enforcers who should have upheld law and freedom had been blinded by greed. The rich committed heinous crimes without punishment, while the poor died struck by blind stones even without committing any crime. Please, just so I won't starve today. A piece of bread, just one. The upper class of Crowley, drunk on luxury and pleasure, sold off the free people of this land to maintain their glittering lives. They documented the land that once flowed with milk and honey and sold it to the nobles of the Golden Empire. And when their coffers still ran short, They pledged the human rights of the free people as collateral and borrowed vast sums of gold coins from the Red Bank. Stay the night with me. If you've come to Crowley, you must drink your fill of our famous wine. No, come to my house. To my house. Thus, the free citizens of Crowley became no longer free. They lost the land that flowed with milk and honey, they lost their human rights to be protected, and they even lost the freedom won through long struggle. They became pitiful creatures who offered entertainment like beggars to tourists, who made themselves slaves just to avoid starvation, who smiled foolishly even while being beaten by drunk visitors. We, who had lost freedom, were like beasts. I thought so when I saw my father beaten to death by a drunkard as he begged for a piece of bread. I thought so when I saw my mother make herself a slave just to eat. And I thought so when my young sister, with no 5 coins to her name, died of sickness. Why did we have to meet such an end? Why did we have to take responsibility and suffer punishment for deeds we had not done? That was the question mark that had followed me ever since my life began. And then, the answer to that lifelong question came to me one day, suddenly. Stop, stop. A citizen being beaten by a drunkard could not endure it any longer and stabbed the drunkard in the throat, killing him. A fountain of blood gushed forth, and the bards playing dreamy tunes screamed and fled. The enforcers rushed in and executed the citizen who had killed. We thought by the next night the fury of the drunkards would explode. But what happened the next day was different from our expectations. The drunkards still carried out violence, but never beyond a certain line, as though they feared that crossing that line would bring some consequence. It was a small change, but it created great ripples in me. Could change. We could make it change. I thought just for a moment. Perhaps we were partly to blame for falling into such degradation. That responsibility was our inaction. The responsibility of merely watching as we fell to the bottom, as our freedom was stolen, as our rights were stolen, as our paradise and free city were stolen. The sin of not resisting. Somehow I knew what I had to do. I gripped a small dagger, pulled an old hood over my face, and hid my features. Then I repeated to myself the truth I had realized. To reclaim freedom, someone's hands had to be stained with blood. I willingly chose to take that role. Phew! The world I saw when I opened my eyes was tinted cold. From the small blade in my hand, shaped like a fong, the emotions of an assassin overflowed. I had not fully digested it, but the memory was different from the female mercenaries that Needle had once carried. Don't be devoured. You must know how to control it. It was as if 2 different souls flickered inside the 2 swords. How could I maintain myself amidst them? Rational thought gave me no answer, so I acted on instinct, with a shudder that cast away dizziness in an instant. Ha! My second heart, the manhwa heart, beat, and my body heated up. From the moment that second heart began to throb, my mind cleared. Keeping my sanity, I slowly aimed needle and fong at the Black Bride, the mercenary swordswoman and the free city's assassin. Different, yet they share a clear commonality. That's why those blades suit you best now. A commonality. What could it be? That both blades specialized in stabbing? That their owners had lived in the shadows rather than the light? I was still guessing when I saw Liam's face, and I knew I was wrong. Liam spoke. Both were created to fight foes stronger than themselves. With those words, a booming voice resounded. This sacred duel will be dedicated to Goddess Referee, the announcement of the duel's beginning. At the same time, my sharpened senses rang the alarm. The instinct I had gained by fully digesting Needle. I surrendered myself to instinct and moved. Fast, very fast. The size of the arena's coliseum was not as large as it looked. To the eye it seemed vast, but once engaged with an enemy it felt small. And the arena had no obstacles. To give the spectators a clear view, it was a completely flat, clean ground with no cover. For the weak, it was a terribly disadvantageous environment. No hiding, no ambush from blind spots, no acrobatic assaults using terrain. So the dark techniques woven into the assassin's memories became little more than useless tricks here. But I did not despair. That was thanks to my habit of constant doubt, and also the assassin's mindset within Fong. Losing the will to resist. That is true death. What we must instill is not overwhelming fear, but the knowledge that we too bear fangs sharp enough to bite. The Black Bride did not rashly strike first. Not because she underestimated me, but because she felt the strange aura I exuded and intended to observe carefully before sinking her fangs. Liam spoke. A perceptive woman. I flung my foot forward, scattering dirt. A dirty tactic I had used many times, but in this arena the only way to obstruct vision was sand. With only one tool available, I had to use it. She doesn't budge. Of course, the Black Bride was no fool. She stood firm without a step. Through the dust, I saw countless roads. If I stepped into one, defeat was assured. That was something I had learned from Swordwalker Fettel. If you face a Swordwalker again, never enter their road. Unless you're also a Swordwalker, a sword beginner stepping into a road is suicide. He likened it to diving into the sea against a shark. So instead of throwing myself into her advantage, I would drag her into mine. Even a shark on land is just a floundering fish. The rules favor me. The condition of the duel was not to defeat her. Victory required only that I endure 3 minutes. I would use that fully cunning, shameless, unwarrior-like. Fortunately, such a method fit perfectly with Fang's memories. To escape Crowley's enforcers, I had to become a rat. Hiding in holes, sticking my head into foul, stinking places everyone else avoided. That's what it means to hide in shadows. With a sharp sound, I retreated far back. The Black Bride stepped leisurely in response, never taking her eyes off me. Seeking a place to hide, a way to shake pursuit. That was my life. A thud. My back hit the iron wall of the arena. The jeers of the crowd rang close. Boo, coward. If Goddess Referee saw you, she'd strike you with lying. I ignored them, my eyes on the Black Bride. She had closed the distance with startling speed. Academy footwork? Or perhaps the stride of a superhuman. It did not matter. I drew my muscles like a bowstring, needle in hand, and aimed. She walked like a specter, her sword exuding the stench of blood. I fled and fled. Enough to memorize every alley in Crowley. Blue roads bloomed around her, encircling me. I struck before I was completely trapped. Needle darted like lying, but her sword was faster. Unlike anything I had faced, even Fettel's. Not just skill or polish, but something alien. Was this even swordsmanship? Liam's voice rang. That is the sword of the East, young descendant. From the East came many wondrous swordsmen. They called their arts martial skills. Her sword moved like a brush on an empty canvas, drawing graceful curves as though painting nature. Beautiful but deadly. Who? Ha! My steel heart pounded. Needle jabbed not once but many times in desperate succession. She cut gracefully, breaking each trajectory. Her face twisted. This hardness isn't that of a sword beginner. She must have sensed my special heart. She drew a heavy breath, and the roads of her body flared brighter. Her sword grew even faster. Clang! Clang! Steel clashed furiously. Needle danced desperately in response. But the exchange was unequal. I barely kept up, forcing my mana heart to its limits. Curves and lines wove together. My thrusts knocked aside swings, sought weak tips, diverted power through crossguards. Doubt could not cease. To survive her snake-tongue strikes, I had to be perfect. Yes, perfect. How? This makes no sense. Her pupils dilated. Our blades clashed, and I was flung back, slammed into the wall with pain searing my back. Huff, huff. I gasped, aiming needle, vision blurred. You. What are you? Then a memory surged like lying. Fang's assassin voice poured in. I always ran. But one cannot succeed in fleeing forever. One day I reached a dead end and faced pursuit with nowhere to go. Her sword rose, roads encircling me. No escape. And then, the impossible happened. Fang's voice roared. Within the roads aimed at me, I saw a hole. A rat hole, the very kind I'd used to hide in Crowley's alleys. I saw it. A gap in her roads. Perhaps it was my gift as a fugitive. The talent to always find a way to escape. My brothers used to call me a genius. Drawn to the hole, I moved strangely. Needle struck. Her road diverted it, and I let go, releasing the blade. Then I stepped on the wall, leapt into the air. In that instant I became another, an assassin of Crowley. She faltered for a moment, surprised. I stomped her crossguard mid-swing and drove my dagger in a lethal path. It pierced her road. Blue waves burst from her body. She bent impossibly, dodging my stab, then kicked me aside with superhuman force. Crack! I rolled across the sand, coughing blood. Ugh! KHH. That overwhelming shock again, like being struck head-on by a carriage. 2. I spat blood and rose, vision spinning. She stood frozen. Why? Then I saw it. A deep wound marred her shoulder. She had dodged her neck, but not the stab completely. Her injury looked worse than mine. Ah! The crowd no longer jeered. They stared in silence, eyes wide, mouths agape. This was no longer an execution, no longer rookie hunting. They thought, 1 minute, 1 minute left in the match. Perhaps they were witnessing the birth of a new star. Reminder, every subscription helps us bring you more great content. Please subscribe to El Naudio on YouTube. Chapter 17. Genius. 4. Genius. Those who surpassed the expectations of ordinary humans, who pioneered unknown realms or methods others could not imagine, who presented better solutions, or who produced results that left competitors far behind. People showing creative and unique mental ability. That was the dictionary definition, but Liam's idea of a genius was different. Do not grow too arrogant. Young descendant. His true meaning of genius was this: nothing has ended yet. Those who found answers no matter the difficulty. Like protagonists of nightly novels. 1 minute remained. 60 seconds if counted by the second. A short time, but I could not be certain of victory. The Black Bride had taken an unexpected wound to her shoulder. But in other words, the problem I had inflicted upon her ended there. In contrast, my problems were: my stamina is nearly gone. I had forced my breathing to keep up with a sword walker's sword, exhausting my strength. Because of the wound to my side, I could no longer use Mary's flexible movements. My stamina drained, my second heart was not as firm as before. So, in exchange for wounding her shoulder, I had lost too much. At this moment, I was reduced to an ordinary sword beginner. Can I really do it? The needle had already been flung to the ground. All that remained in my hand was the assassin's dagger. A pitiful blade, utterly insufficient to face a true swordswoman head-on. Hoo-ha! But no matter the situation, I could not give up. I forced my breath into order and glared at the Black Bride. She turned her body very slowly, the eyes through her helm cold enough to chill the spine. With her gaze, countless roads spread out. I pulled back and thought, I cannot repeat the technique I used with Fong just now, because I still did not understand the special skill to pierce a swordwalker's road. The digestion of Fong was incomplete, still in progress. The blade was stronger than needle but still imperfect. Who? I fled desperately from her roads, but I could not run forever. She's too fast. She no longer walked. She ran with the total power of a superhuman, a speed beyond human limits. Knowing it was only a matter of time before she caught me, I turned and aimed Fong at her. To survive, I had to observe directly, doubt, and predict perfectly. A drop of blood fell from her shoulder. Before it touched the ground, her sword stormed in. I had predicted the trajectory. Sparks flew with a sharp clang. But her sword did not stop there. Since her eyes had changed, her sword had become violent. Her blade slid off and came flying again, the long edge scraping against my short dagger with a grinding screech. Her refined and beautiful swordsmanship now sought my wrist. I twisted my hand, broke her line, and instead of retreating, I stepped in. I thrust without hesitation. She planted her foot, spun like a dancer, and evaded. Her sword swept out with her turn. I barely dodged the horizontal swing, only to face a straight strike from my blind spot. I blocked with my dagger, forced my tense body into an awkward twist, and rolled to escape. She pursued swiftly. Retreating again and again, I slammed against the opposite wall of the arena. I bit my lip against the faint pain. Pressing my soles against the wall, I leapt high. I soared over her. Like an acrobat, she spun immediately and charged again. Like a rabbit fleeing a lion, I looked like nothing but a frail prey forced to run for life. Clang. The more exchanges, the more wounds covered my body. My stamina hit rock bottom. Blood soaked my clothes, weighing me down. The ground dragged me downward. Clang. But I did not lose focus. I had to face her. Only by facing could I resist. Clang. My mana heart was weakening, unable to supply enough mana. My steel heart faltered, perhaps close to shattering. Yet I still had to stand. Then Liam's voice resounded. Young descendant. I twisted my dagger and deflected her sword. My elbow screamed with pain. Do you know what genius means? Not only my elbow. My knees, my thighs felt as if they would break apart. To me, a genius is one who finds answers no matter the hardship. To put it bluntly, you lack the talent to be a genius. Perhaps it was meaningless to mention parts. My whole body felt like it was falling apart. It hurt so much. But the most praised in this continent are not geniuses. Still, I did not step back. Geniuses do great things, record glorious deeds in history, earn respect from many, but there are those who are praised even more. Still, I did not give up. They do not find perfect answers in hardship. Yet they never give up. They never back down. I felt my heated body cool. The footsteps of the Black Bride rang clear. Such people achieve things too great to be credited to any single individual. People call what they achieved legends. Has 1 minute not passed yet? Was time slowing? I breathed in. Instinct told me this was my last breath. This strike would be the last my body could muster. Then do you know what those who achieved legends are called? Could this poor strike hold back her violence? I had no certainty. Doubt filled me. Heroes. But I could not step back. With a dagger aimed, I spoke to her. Come. Silence spread. You have the talent to be a hero, young descendant. Thud. She stomped the sand, her roads stretching to bind me. They were fierce but not firm, weakened by her shoulder wound. If not for that wound, my limbs would already have been severed. Despite myself, I laughed. With the last strength, the last thrill of my second heart, the last sword my body could swing. By logic, a strike with only squeezed remnants of power should be feeble. But this sword shattered my logic. My second heart thundered powerfully. My sinking body rose, my muscles surged. My eyes widened, the world slowed, and I saw a line that divided everything in the mist of blue haze. Drawn to it, I thrust. Her splendid snake-like sword met my dagger. Screech. This time, my Fong did not give way, pushed her sword back, like steel, like unbreakable iron. And Liam's words surfaced. Caravan grew greater the more they fought, like steel hardened by hammering. Perhaps I too had neared Greece. What? Her eyes shook violently. I was certain. She could not stop this blow. This Fong was firmer than any sword I had ever swung. It would not break. And then, Ada, was not a genius one who found answers in hardship? A little, just a little short. Young descendant, the gladiator, the Black Bride. The genius had indeed found an answer. The talent of geniuses is always violent. Her waist bent, her body lowered, her muscles stretched supple like a woman's. Then she revealed my strike. Like this. From a strange angle, an acrobatic thrust like lying. Mary, the swordswoman's needle. She reproduced it. Far more refined, beautiful, and deadly than I ever had. My dagger did not fall on her. It only scratched her helm. In return, her sword pierced my abdomen. My insides burned as strength fled. My legs gave way and I slumped to the sand. And, do not be too disappointed, child. Roars erupted from the stands. Time is over. The victor is the little gladiator Liam. Liam smiled down at me. You survived again. Survive, and next time you will win. His face blurred. As I always said, you carry steel blood. I fainted. From this moment, the little gladiator Liam would wear the silver medal in the arena. From this moment, the little gladiator Liam will wear the silver medal in the arena. Cheers rang. The black bride, Seol Yoon, looked down at the fallen boy. Was he always this small? By size alone, he looked like a girl. Like her. And yet, how could he be so firm? The girl grew curious. As she thought, she realized, once I hold a sword, I can never be merciful. Since childhood, it has been that way. Once she held a blade, she became violent, as if devoured by it. Some called it talent, some called it madness. This time her madness had not raged, but it was still dangerous, especially his last strike. If she had not suppressed her desire, her blade would have pierced his neck, not his abdomen. Though that was what let me win. To evade his last thrust and imitate that strange swordplay, that had been instinct, not reason, instinct, like breathing. As she stared, a voice echoed in her head. Black Bride, this is against our agreement. We cannot give you the dragon sword if you have lost. But our deal is not yet over. Cut off his arm now. If you take the fallen little gladiator's arm as a trophy, then the dragon sword shall be yours. It was the voice of the arena's planner. With magical means it resounded, urging her to defile the rules and mutilate her downed foe. But Seol Yoon could not. No matter how she desired the dragon sword, how could she stain a fight already finished? This place is disgusting. I don't want to stay longer. She bit her lip. The planner continued to press. Then, she saw something strange. Something that had not been there before. Am I hallucinating? Above the fallen boy stood a translucent old man. With kind eyes he looked down at him, and then lifted his face to meet hers. So, you can see me, young girl. Whether because my descendant's spirit has dimmed, or because you crossed blades with him so fiercely, I do not know. She gasped, her breath catching. Just from eye contact, her heart stopped for a moment. Among Eastern women, some had a strong sight for souls. Those said to carry shaman blood. Such ones, neither inheritors of caravan blood nor witches of the Sky Empire, could still perceive me. Though his hair was white with age, his eyes gleamed sharp, like a lion. With your gift, we shall meet one day in the land of swords. He shimmered like a mirage. Yet Seol Yoon knew instinctively he was no illusion. Because, I shall give thanks another day, for the fine duel you gave my descendant. She felt the sword from him, the sign of a swordmaster, proof of a transcendent who reached the limit of the sword. And she felt, you will not spread word of today's meeting, will you, young girl? From him radiated not one sword, but countless, truly countless, a height no swordmaster of history had reached. Ah, that day, Seol Yoon glimpsed the fragment of the greatest swordmaster, vanished from history, and she thought, the legend was real. She no longer desired the dragon sword of the arena. Such things were gone from her mind. Watching the little gladiator carried to recovery, her eyes shone like jewels. There truly are immortals. The little gladiator Liam's promotion match ended. It was merely a bronze medal fighter advancing to silver, yet that match became a sensation. Had not a sword beginner triumphed against a sword walker? And against an undefeated gladiator. The little gladiator was a rare new star, a bold warrior who shattered the arena's malice of rookie stomping and executions. Those who revered goddess referee could not help but be thrilled. The underdog's victory always electrified the crowd. Because of this, Liam gained fame far greater than a simple silver medal fighter deserved. It was good, but with side effects. For example, what did you say? I want to be with you, little gladiator. The Black Bride, Seol Yoon, knelt before Arhin and pleaded earnestly. You can make my dream come true. If I can be with you, I will do anything. Truly, anything. Just awakened, Arhin could only stare blankly at the girl bowing her head. He muttered sincerely, what the hell is this? Reminder, thank you for being with us on this journey. Please consider subscribing to Elnaudio for future updates. Chapter 18. Fong 1. The Arena's Recovery Room. A place staffed with veteran healers and priests from various orders. To prevent wounded gladiators from dying, the best services were provided here. On one of the beds lay a small boy, and before him stood a girl with messy, tangled black hair. The gladiator, the Black Bride. In the recent duel, she lost her undefeated title and recorded her first defeat. Yet she was not consumed by the sense of loss. Rather, her face was flushed with excitement. The legend was true. The legend passed down in her homeland, that if the sword's realm reached the heavens, one could ascend to a paradise. She had become convinced it was real for one reason. The old man she had faced with her own eyes. That old man could only have been the immortal from the legend. Seol Yoon. They say when the sword's realm reaches the heavens, you can ascend to paradise. There, those you cherished await you, and sweet happiness overflows. The legend that had spread in her homeland, located on the fringes of the eastern continent. If not an immortal, then what other existence could match the immortal written in the legend? Seol Yoon could not forget that mysterious encounter. As she recalled it, she stared at the boy lying asleep, the little gladiator Liam. If I go with this boy, perhaps I can meet that immortal again. She gently brushed the cheek of the boy who appeared asleep. Of course, deciding to follow Liam was not only because of the immortal. In Seol Yoon's eyes, the boy himself was special. Whether it was the sword he swung, or the way his atmosphere shifted as if his soul had changed, or the steel-like firmness of his heart despite being only a sword beginner, no matter how she looked at it, being with him would be to her benefit. Far better than staying in this filthy arena of the Iron City. Tisk, must be nice. Damn it. Why do I only get these ugly bastards visiting me? Shit. Well, of course the other gladiators in the recovery room knew nothing of her reasons. Until just now she had fought me with a blade to kill. The gladiator, the Black Bride. A girl who had introduced herself as Seol Yoon. I could not understand her words. To wake up half-conscious and hear, I want to go with you. What kind of situation was this? Am I still dreaming? My first thought was, is she mocking me? But her expression was far too serious. No matter how suspiciously I examined her face, I found no sign of a lie. If that were acting, she would already have succeeded as the star of a theater troupe wandering the free cities rather than as a gladiator. What do you mean you want to go with me? Just as I said. Wherever you go, I want to be with you. To see, hear, and feel everything about you. Her words were ripe for misunderstanding. Indeed, the other gladiators in the recovery room muttered curses under their breath. But Seol Yoon ignored them, staring only at me. It will help me achieve my dream. And what is your dream? I asked, sincerely curious. She hesitated briefly before answering. To reach the end of the sword. An unexpected answer, and at the same time even less convincing. She had greater talent than me, had already reached a higher realm, and throughout the fight, regardless of the outcome, she had overwhelmed me. So how had she concluded that I could help her? Luckily, someone else answered the question inside me. That girl saw me. Liam spoke. Among Eastern women, there are rare ones with sensitivity to spirits. She seems to have inherited such blood. When you lost consciousness, she sensed my presence. And the instant she recognized my grace, she was drawn to me. His eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction. Those who held the sword often became my followers simply from glimpsing my back. Be proud, young descendant, for you are my descendant. And not only for the sword. My appearance and character were superior as well, so women never ceased to flock. Yes, understood. Cut him off. Before he went on with useless talk. At least, thanks to him, I understood why Seol Yoon wanted to go with me. You didn't think she was attracted to your looks, did you? Ha. What woman would like a delicate face like yours? Women prefer men like me, imposing and roughed. Honestly, I had vaguely entertained that thought, so I could not refute him right away. Damn it. I was still a boy in my adolescence. When a beautiful girl my age said such things, my heart raced and stray imaginations surfaced. While I was thinking that, Liam spoke again. At your age, such thoughts are natural, young descendant. To enjoy pure love with such a pretty girl would have been fine. Better than being obsessed now with swords, blood-stained revenge, and the past. He said it with a bittersweet face, as if regretting. At times, I feel regret. Truthfully, I too had thought about it, sometimes, just sometimes, like the butler and nursemaid had said, like my mother's final words. What if I had forgotten everything and left it all behind? What if I had abandoned the name of Caravan and simply lived a youth befitting my age? Because after all, I was human, sometimes weary, sometimes doubtful of myself. But what can we do? It was too late to go back. Once you step forward, you cannot stop. Since I had begun, I had to see it through. Even if the end was death, I would run. Do not think with the eyes of a boy. Judge the worth of swordswoman Seol Yoon as the descendant of Caravan, as the avenger Arhan. Do the thing you do best. Doubt, young descendant. I closed my eyes briefly and opened them again. And the doubts began. Swordswomen from the East were rare, and geniuses among them were rarer still. Above all, someone with such a clear goal showing me goodwill was rarer still. What Seol Yoon desired from me was to accompany me, to reach the end of the sword. The time and effort I had to invest in her would be negligible. And what would I gain? More than expected. A higher-level, friendly swordswoman. A genius with flashes of creativity. Because she wanted something from me, she would be a reliable ally, and possibly a new villager to help defend my home. So, rationally, her proposal only brought me gain. No risks to bear, only rewards. Yet one thing nagged at me. But what if, as a young man and woman, our feelings grow? I could not know what might happen between us. And among the warnings Swordmaster Carlos had given me was, do not have descendants. I knew it had not been an empty warning. The moment I made a family and had children, he would find out. And the strongest swordmaster in history, the greatest sword of the continent, that monster, would come to my village to wipe out Caravan's line. Just like that day, when he had come without warning and destroyed everything. I would fight Carlos one day, but not yet. I needed far more time. If I could not even beat a sword walker, then no. Thinking such things, I told Seol Yoon, this may sound strange, but please don't misunderstand. I have complicated circumstances, so I cannot have a romantic relationship with a woman. I know you didn't mean it that way, but since we're young men and women, if our feelings change as we travel together. You have your reasons. I think that's a valid concern. She listened seriously, then nodded and answered. But you don't need to worry. Just as sincerely, she replied. You're not my type. That will never happen. She added unnecessary words with a very serious face. I like men taller than me with muscles and a rough look. Like the immortal I saw in you. Sorry, but you're really not my type. Pretty boys with thin bones, who look like they'd break if nudged. I can't stand them. The gladiators around us smiled. Liam, floating behind, also smiled. For some reason, my blood boiled. Yes, understood. And so, the Eastern genius swordswoman named Seol Yoon became my companion. Once most of my wounds were healed, I left the recovery room and prepared to return to the village. I had achieved my purpose, so there was no reason to remain in Firma. Though I had only stayed a short while, the city's bustling atmosphere had grown familiar. Always noisy, people living busily. Completely opposite from where I had lived. I received the proper reward for my gladiatorial match as a silver medal fighter. With the change I bought food and basic gear. A light chainmail and gloves, boots to guard my ankles. Most of the equipment was chosen for Lias, because my fighting style leaned that way. Most of the money went into swords. I commissioned a new, thinner, sharper needle, and with the rest bought 4 daggers to use like Fong. They were better quality than weapons sold in small towns near my village at similar prices. The Iron City lived up to its name. Next time, increase your skill so you can buy a dwarf-made weapon. Changing gear made me feel more secure. With iron at my body, I could feel I had truly stepped onto the path of the sword. After a day, I met Seol Yoon in the plaza. boarded a carriage, and departed. All she carried was one bundle. I usually don't carry much. A sword and a day's food is enough. What if your food runs out? Then I'll gather herbs or hunt in the forest. My homeland is mountainous, so I'm good at such things. I hadn't known much about the East, so I learned something new. We chatted idly in the rattling carriage. Talking with someone my age was more enjoyable than expected. Thus, unlike when I came here, I returned not alone but with another. Our village is small and quiet, but it's a good place to live. I boasted of my home. And unlike the 4 days it took to arrive, this time we reached it faster with a better carriage. When we arrived, Seol Yoon's reaction was mixed. Oh, there really is nothing here. Still, it looks nice to live in, yeah? Her face clearly said, I didn't expect it to be this rural. Damn it. To even hear that from an Eastern borderland girl. It will get better. As I said that, from afar Fettel came to greet us. Young master, you've returned. Fettel's condition was clearly worse than when I had left. His face and body had grown thin, and he panted even from walking. I look sick, don't I, haha? Not at all. Well, I know my time is nearly over. He smiled wryly. To lighten the mood, he joked. As expected of you, you brought back a pretty lady. You suit each other well. We're not like that. But unlike Fettel, Seol Yoon had no social graces. Seeing Fettel's awkward face, I felt strangely sorry. He explained what had happened while I was gone. Several times he coughed blood while speaking. Pitiful. There's been nothing serious in the village. Sometimes intruders came, but most left once they saw me. Fettel looked every bit the knight. A small young noble threatening was one thing, but a seasoned knight warning was another. He had guarded the village well. He described everything in detail. Listening, I realized he was someone I wanted to keep in the village. It was a shame his time was short. He'd do well as an administrator, not only a knight. I agreed. While unpacking, he mentioned something interesting. I nearly forgot. There was one peculiar intruder. Even when threatened, he didn't back off. He drew his sword and forced me to kill him. So there had been a fool. Across the continent, sword walkers and knights were common. But here in this countryside, they were terrifying monsters. But the more I listened, the less I could dismiss it. As he died, he said this. If you kill me, you'll regret it. Surrender the village now, before my brotherhood comes to burn it down. Brotherhood? Yes, it seems he belonged to a group. Fettel nodded. This harsh Iron Kingdom is filled with criminals and bandits. They're a band of bandits known in the area. Bandits. That word, Liam spoke. Young descendant, this is your chance. A chance? I whispered so Fettel wouldn't hear. What do you mean, chance? A chance to digest your new sword faster. He smiled meaningfully. A fine training opportunity has arrived. Young descendant, draw the memories from that dagger's former owner, and on your own, without anyone's help, wipe out that band. Not that knight, nor the girl you brought back. I widened my eyes. Wipe them out. Alone? It was absurd. What did I know of them or what they had? This task my master set was reckless. But his next words shut my mouth. If you do it alone, you'll begin to forge your own road. Not a clumsy imitation full of flaws, but your own genuine road. The meaning was clear. Then I must. If I did this, I could approach the level of a swordwalker. Yes, the realm of the superhuman. Sir Fettel, I'd like to hear more about that matter. Reminder, we hope you are having a great time listening. For more stories, please subscribe to Audio on YouTube. Chapter 19. Fong 2. The Western continent was a place where strife never ceased. A land of bloodlust where war still broke out at every opportunity. At the heart of such struggles lay the Iron Kingdom of Cherville. A kingdom that upheld the logic of the strong devouring the weak and loved battle. The blood of its people carried that of a warrior race. And thus, when hunger struck, instead of farming they would pick up blades to plunder and rob as a way of life. In the Iron Kingdom, no matter which mountain one went to, bandits could be found, and if one wandered alone at night, it wasn't rare to encounter robbers. They could even boast of it as a specialty of their kingdom. Among the countless overflowing bandit gangs, there was one particularly notorious group. Some night bastard was blocking the entrance to that backwater village, I hear. That's what I said. Not some vagrant beggar knight from the free city, but a real night bastard? The bandit gang, the Red Wolves. Yes, he wasn't just some nobody, sir. He even gave his name. Said it was Fettel. From the looks of him, he seemed like he came from some prestigious knightly order. Among the many violent gangs, the reason why the Red Wolves had gained such infamy was singular. Is that so? Then those rumors about a plague or a black magician were false. It was just one night bastard all along. What should we do? Let's go. We must avenge our fallen men. The leader of the Red Wolves. It's been a while since I've had a good slash. All because of one man whose skill didn't belong in such a backwater place. I absolutely hate these damned knights. Fettel handed me a warm cup of tea and began to speak. The intruder I cut down claimed they were from the Red Wolves Brotherhood. That sounds like a name a knight order would use. Yes, precisely. To be honest, the first time I heard it, I was deeply offended. Combining a color and an animal was the traditional method knights used to name their orders. Famous examples included the blue lions, the black lynx, and the white serpents. For mere bandits to dare mimic the naming of knight orders, if the knights from my city or those honored knights from the capital had heard, they'd have immediately gone to crush them. That's how much weight such names carry. Cough. Fettel let out a dry cough, excused himself, and took a sip of tea. But still cough. For them to brazenly parade around with such a name, it may mean their group is larger than expected, or perhaps rather powerful. Why do you think so? Because by using such a name, even if needless trouble comes their way, cough, it might mean they don't care. Fettel's words had credibility. There was no harm in being cautious. No matter how much of a backwater this was, the Iron Kingdom was the kind of place where it wouldn't be strange for some monster to suddenly appear. By any chance, did you hear of any peculiar traits about them, or the location of their hideout? Why are you asking so much detail? Don't tell me, young lord, you're thinking of going alone to wipe them out. I only gave a sheepish smile at Fettel's question. Seeing my expression, his voice rose sharply. Do not even think of such reckless action. Do you know where you are? It would be far safer to hold out here even if they attack us someday. And if they're just a bandit gang copying knightly traditions and spouting such names, then word will reach an actual knight order, and they'll come to exterminate them. There's no reason to cough, kahek. Fettel's fervent words were cut off by a bloody cough. This time he couldn't brush it off as before, hacking repeatedly with his face paling visibly. Are you all right? To be frank, not really. He let out a slow breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a subdued voice, almost as if to entrust me, he spoke. My condition is too poor. Should go inside and rest. Please rest well. Young lord, do not do anything foolish. It is truly dangerous. Fettel glared at me like a parent watching a child at the riverbank. Then, in a grave tone, he added one last warning. Young lord, you still don't know just how cruel and dangerous the bandit gangs of the Iron Kingdom are. I nearly said what I should not have. Swallowing down the words rising in my throat, I only waved with a smile. What I almost blurted out was simple, as if a bandit gang could be crueler or more dangerous than a swordmaster. I had already survived the most terrifying and merciless calamity this continent had ever seen. Cough, cough. Fettel hobbled toward his bedding, and from somewhere, Seol Yoon appeared, quietly supporting his faltering steps. He was startled at first, then gave a faint smile. Thank you. It's nothing. In a low, almost inaudible murmur, Seol Yoon said, with a faintly somber tone, I just can't ignore someone who's hurting. Watching the two neighbors walk away, I turned to Liam. He was staring at me intently. So, when do you think we should depart? This evening, right away. I felt sorry for Fettel, but my master's orders came first. Then we must prepare. I shifted my gaze to the back of the village. There stood a mountain. The southern Verdi region of the Iron Kingdom was a land of clustered mountains. Rugged terrain carved as if hewn down, with scarcely any flatlands. With little population and the capital's indifference, it was left undeveloped. Thus Verdi remained almost wild. Even bandits abandoned it, saying there was nothing left to plunder. The winding mountain paths and the complete darkness after sunset turned the place into a labyrinth. For that reason, even the Red Wolves gang members disliked it. Shit. Why's the boss fixated on this backwater? You know he's eccentric. Maybe he's intrigued by the sinister rumors around the village lately. Villages in the sticks always have weird rumors. Probably just bards craving attention or drunkards spouting nonsense. The men spat phlegm with disdain. No food, no women, no beer in this shitty countryside. Why the hell are we here? That last village was great though. All the men drafted for war, only women left behind. Should have settled down there. Had we stayed, I'd have had over 10 wives. Just like Count Steele. They pressed forward, barely fending off the darkness with their torches. The jagged mountain paths quickly drained their stamina. I just want to leave this cursed village and move on. Exactly. What does the boss see in this place? Traveling the mountains after sundown was no easy feat. Even seasoned rangers tread cautiously in Verdi. So for untrained bandits, moving skillfully through such terrain was near impossible. Cold as death. Does the weather always shift like this at night? Fucking wretched backwater. They trudged along, torchlight pushing against the night, which is why they failed to notice. Hey, why's the kid so quiet? Feels like only us two are talking. That the once noisy voices were dwindling. What the hell? Why aren't you answering? That those dwindling voices had now been reduced to just one. Are you screwing with me? You bastards know I hate this kind of joke. Only one man's voice echoed down the mountain path. He stopped dead, trembling at the inexplicable silence. Guys. Sensing dread, he turned his torch backward. And then, the comrades following behind him lay sprawled across the dirt as if asleep. He stared dumbly at them. Their eyes were wide open, mouths agape. Each throat pierced in the same spot, blood pouring in thick, sticky streams. What the hell? Ugh. His muttering in panic cut off abruptly as his body suddenly lifted into the air. A ghost? Or a beast's ambush? Before he could comprehend, his body slammed into the ground, pain searing through his ankles as his tendons were severed. The unfamiliar agony nearly tore a scream from him. Shoo! But something smothered his mouth. A hand. Not a ghost's, not a beast's, but a person's. Pathetic. Walking this mountain path without even guarding against ambush. Overwhelmed by pain, he was completely subdued. The assailant had cut his tendons, pinned his chest with a knee, and pressed his wrists with some unknown tools. Most crucial of all was the fang-like dagger. Out of the darkness, the attacker had appeared, pressing the blade against his throat. He felt death's cold edge against his skin. Terror consumed him. He saw his dead comrades in his mind's eye. No better than the fools who came after me before. Still, it won't hurt to be cautious. The voice was unmistakably youthful. The attacker picked up the dropped torch, its flames illuminating his face. He was a boy, a delicate face like a flower raised in a greenhouse, perhaps 15 at most. Yet the man couldn't sneer, brat still wet behind the ears. Because the boy's eyes were cold, cold as the assassins of the free city. Eyes so chilling that one might believe he was staring at a ghost. I have questions. The boy glared at him. Only then did the man realize his mouth was no longer covered. His head spun. Death's grip closed around his throat. Where is your gang's hideout? How many members do you have? And among them, who is the most dangerous? Tell me everything you know. His voice was ice. The man stammered. I'll be killed if I tell. You're going to die to me anyway. Sob, but then the boss. The boss will kill my family too. He wept, his voice shaking. The boy pressed further. Boss? Why yes. Our boss is a monster. The man wailed. This strange boy terrified him as much as the corpses of his comrades. He feared dying just as pathetically. Yet more than the boy, he feared his leader. The boss was bigger, crueler, inhuman, no ordinary man. Desperate, he choked out the truth. Our gang leader is a deserter knight. Night fell. By the campfire, Fettel, dozing off, was awoken by a slender hand. Knight, wake up. Once, he would have woken at the faintest sound, but his illness had dulled his senses. Wiping drool, rubbing his eyes, Fettel saw the girl the young Lord Arhin had brought, Seol Yoon. What is it? Half asleep, he caught her grave expression. Alarmed, he quickly rose. She said, "A guest has come. Damn, my condition is poor." "You don't need to worry about that." "Not worry." What did she mean? Seeing his puzzled face, she added, "You couldn't have beaten them even if you were healthy." Fettel almost chuckled. Once, he too had been a knight not to be underestimated. Though he hadn't surpassed the wall of the sword runner, his efforts had earned him respect. Ah, am I wrong? But the moment he arrived at the village entrance with her, he realized she was right. There stood a knight order. Silver-helmed, armored head to toe, mounted on trained steeds, judges. Fettel limped toward them and asked, "What brings such honored guests here?" Their reply was curt. "To kill a runaway dog." A runaway dog. There was only one thing knights called that. A deserter knight. A knight who forsook honor more precious than life. The orders never forgave deserters. Sensing the grim air, Fettel demanded explanation. The leading knight spoke. "The runaway dog is posing as a wolf, gathering filthy village worms. To make matters worse, he used the sacred tradition of naming knight orders for his bandit rabble. We were shamed, mocked by capital knights who claimed they had been beaten by this runaway dog. They say he calls them the Red Wolves Brotherhood. We've had reports of activity in this region. If you know anything, we expect cooperation. Filthy bandits, knightly tradition, the Red Wolves." The moment those words combined, Fettel's eyes widened. He recalled his own earlier words. If they're just a bandit gang mimicking knightly traditions, then sooner or later a knight order will come to crush them. He had only spoken of the possibility, yet it had become reality, perhaps even more dramatic than he'd imagined. Speak. Anything at all. These were not knights who had come merely to wipe out bandits. They had come as judges, cloaked in righteous fury, and knights who bore cause and wrath were fearsome indeed. Fettel knew that all too well, and one more thing stood out. The man at the forefront, their leader. "Cooperate while I'm still asking politely." From his back sprouted a small yet unmistakable pair of wings. The meaning was clear. "My patience is gone." A sword runner. Reminder. Thank you for your time. If you'd like to support us, please subscribe to Audio on YouTube. Chapter 20. Fong 3, Sword Runner. They could be called the standard of strength on this continent. They were respected everywhere, reigning as ghosts of the battlefield. That was the wall Fettel could not surpass, the lifelong aspiration he could never reach. "That is all I know." Suppressing the cough rising in his throat, Fettel answered the knight's questions faithfully. The knight order's purpose aligned with the village's survival, and above all, cooperating in the capture of a deserter knight was a knight's natural duty. "I see. Thank you." And yet, Fettel felt uneasy. Though it wasn't much help. You don't know the exact location, nor even if the one we seek is truly there. In the end, it means we still must suffer for the search. Forgive me for being of no use. It's enough that you know. Was it the knight's hostile tone? No. Fettel was used to the arrogance of knights who had reached the level of sword runner. The reason for his discomfort was something else. "Now that I look closely, I've seen that face before. Your body and features have withered so much I didn't notice. But, weren't you called Fettel?" "Yes. You know me?" "Indeed. I think you were my senior at the academy, visiting this deserted village." The long-buried regret he thought he had already let go of, waiting only for death. Your expression sours. "Why? Did you expect me to treat you like a senior?" No, it's fine. Of course it's fine. Naturally. Because he realized that regret still lingered in his heart. I remember now. Weren't you quite famous once? Loyal Fettel. Merely a sword walker, but honorable righteous. A model knight who carried out every order without fail. And yet now just a discarded dog. A sneer slipped out. You were struck with an incurable disease, weren't you? Abandoned by the Green Deer Order, and now you've been wasting away in this backwater dump? If you were going to be this pitiful, you should have hidden yourself better. What an eyesore. The insults themselves didn't wound him. The source of Fettel's unease was within himself. You're staring at my wings, Fettel. Forgive me. Jealous, aren't you? Thinking perhaps, if only you had wings, if only you were a sword runner, then the order wouldn't have abandoned you. That people might have tried to cure your sickness. Am I wrong? Fettel could not respond. Because the knight's words were true. Even while enduring these humiliations, he envied those wings to the point of madness. The knight chuckled at the sight of Fettel hanging his head. Wake up. You were not chosen by the heavens. That is why you have no wings. And it is because you were not chosen by the heavens that you became a diseased wretch dying as you are. Even the gods must have pitied you, with no talent whatsoever, yet still clinging pathetically to a sword. It was too shameful. So they called you to hurry up and die, to come into their embrace. The knight's words poured out one after another, unrestrained, loud enough for Seol Yoon, who had supported Fettel there, to hear everything. She glared at the knight, about to speak up, but Fettel stopped her. Don't. His words go too far. It's fine. In the Iron Kingdom, strength is law. Fettel insisted he was fine. Watching him, the knight laughed uproariously. A sick man gains a caretaker. A pretty girl from the Eastern continent. At least you won't die lonely. Please, just leave. Very well. That was amusing enough for tonight. The knight turned and shouted. Move out. Before dawn, we'll catch the runaway dog and take his head. To the mountains. With that cry, the night order departed into the night, leaving Fettel sitting hollowly, watching their backs disappear. And then, pathetic. I'm truly pathetic. Even now, unable to tear his eyes away from those wings, he thought himself utterly miserable. Yet still, he could not stop staring. In his mind, he overlaid himself atop that night. Not the wretched, dying invalid Fettel, but loyal Fettel, wings spread, acknowledged by all. It was an image of a future that would never come. Fettel closed his eyes tight and muttered, Perhaps it truly is my time to die. That was why he had planned to simply watch the sunset and pass away. But the resurfacing thoughts made his head throb. He pressed hard against his temples. Then suddenly he murmured. In all this commotion, the one person who should have appeared was absent. Where is young Lord Arhan? At his question, Seol Yoon did not answer with words. Instead, she slowly turned her gaze toward the mountains. The very mountains the night order was heading for. Fettel, sensing he had misunderstood, asked in disbelief. Surely not. He went to the mountains? Seol Yoon nodded. Dealing with the Red Wolves bandits went smoother than expected. I was born and raised in this village, so naturally I knew the mountain paths behind it well, far better than the outsider bandits. Just as Liam always said, when I obeyed my suspicions, I could pick them off one by one like a seasoned ranger hunting prey. Calmly, steadily. The memories within Fong from the assassin also helped. Last time, in the open arena, my techniques had no chance to shine. But here, they fatally crushed the bandits' throats. To be honest, I was beginning to think, this is easier than I expected. But, as always, my life was never simple. A deserter knight. Among knights, we call them runaway dogs. A knight who committed disgrace, fleeing punishment. One who abandoned the rules more precious than life to the orders. A knight who deserted during war and vanished. Strictly speaking, it was a derogatory term for one who had cast aside duty and responsibility. But that dictionary meaning fixated too much on the word desertion. I could not get caught up in that word. Naturally, deserter or not, he's stronger than you. Yes. What mattered wasn't the deserter part, but the knight. Knight meant, at minimum, a swordwalker. The condition is still that I must handle them alone. Yes, nothing has changed, but I hesitated at Liam's resolute expression, then admitted, I have already lost twice to swordwalkers. Those repeated defeats haunted me. Can I truly overcome a swordwalker now? Perhaps Liam knew my doubt, for he asked, and so? His eyes pierced me. Will you run, afraid of defeat? Or will you hole yourself away, saying you'll only fight again once you too become a swordwalker? Child, I've said it before, your road is long. His gaze grew sharp, cutting into me. The swordmaster you aim for possesses talent unfit for this age. Reality is not like knightly tales. Villains don't wait. They grow stronger even as we speak. He was right. Swordmaster Carlos grew greater with each passing day. There was no one on this continent who didn't know his name. And those 2 defeats have become a precious experience for you. You are not the same person as before them. Did I not say it? The caravans grow greater through battle. Liam grinned. If you cannot trust yourself, then trust me. Those words shook my chest. Yes, my master never lied about the sword. I would believe him. Excuse me. Just then, the Red Wolves member pinned under my knee whimpered. Who are you talking to? There's no one here. Eek. Forgive me. Ask me anything. Anything. I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life. I hadn't intended it, but it seemed I had instilled a deep fear. Well, good. You'll have plenty to tell me. That wasn't a bad outcome. The information I pried from the Red Wolves member was more useful than expected. He told me much, and of course I did not spare him. Even as he died, eyes wide with betrayal, I buried him and gripped Fong. Wiping its bloodied blade, I reflected. At last, I understood why Liam had fed me this dagger. The assassin's way suited me. Now you understand without me needing to explain. Compared to armored knights, barbarian warriors of the north, or seasoned arena gladiators, they were weak. Facing them head-on, I would almost certainly lose. But real combat had no rules, no open coliseums. Cheat, exploit weaknesses, so long as the enemy's breath was snuffed out, you won. Assassins focused solely on that. Who? They sought perfection to kill their target. They missed nothing, preparing contingencies, second, third, even fourth plans for when the first strike failed. Ha! And what was it they obsessed over to reach perfection? Astonishingly, it was the very thing Liam had called my talent. Suspicion. To reach perfection, one needed endless doubt. Doubt everything. Only then will you not fail. The only thing not to doubt is your own sword. Hidden in the dark, I circled the Red Wolf's hideout, steadily thinning out the sentries. It wasn't difficult. Most were common raiders, not even sword beginners, dying without knowing how or why. A few had reached sword beginner, but that mattered little. Possessing a second heart didn't make one superhuman. A blade in the throat from the shadows killed them all the same. Fong erased life without leaving a scream. And when I had killed 31 of them, the leader seems to have noticed something. From the hideout extended a jagged, faint road. Evidence of a sword walker. I studied it carefully. At the end of that road, the furious leader stood, face red with rage. From the dark, I watched his every move without missing a twitch. Though the bandit I interrogated had told me much, I would not accept it blindly. How could I trust words from another's mouth? Others' words were hints, not keys of certainty. Certainty came only from what my own eyes confirmed. And so, well, after some observation, I came to a conclusion. I muttered under my breath, I can kill him. I was certain. Name. Fong, a dagger once used by an unnamed assassin of Free City Crowley. A blade easily hidden, made for concealment. Ingestion effect. Inherit the mindset of an assassin. The art of assassination. Your heart is reforged to match the skill of the unnamed assassin. The body flowing with steel blood hardens the more it is tempered.